Last episode was absolutely fucking insane. I was shocked, man. I went to sleep thinking about it. I woke up thinking about it, and I spent the little time I was at work thinking about it. And now I'm still thinking about it. And I feel like I calmed down, right? So if I'm getting things straight, obviously everything can be explained away by both sides. However, everything can be explained away by the magic side or by the human side. So, I mean, my theory was that a servant did it. My theory wasn't that Shannon, like one of the servants that we knew, did it, because I just could not point the finger towards them, right? I just couldn't. But it had to be a servant, because all we've seen of the family members, they were not like this. The closest one would be Ava, maybe, but no. So yes, I'm not even really gonna think about it in terms of how the lock rooms are constructed and broken down, at least for now, right? Maybe in the future I'll think about it, right? To keep Umineko alive in my heart or my head. But I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it really does. So Beatrice, Ginzo met Beatrice, and they had a daughter in, I think it was Nijima, correct? And then they moved here to Rokkenjima. While constructing all the mansions, or after they were constructed. No. They had a child, and the child, as the child was born, the mother died. And we have Ecuadorian Beatrice. She was there in Ecuadorian, and now then, sometime before she died, you know, because Rosa found her, and all that happened, she had a child with Ginzo. Now then, it's immediately fucked up, because this child is, oh fuck. Anyways, now then, was the kid from 19 years ago, that was after, like, a little, not that long after or before? I haven't really completed this theory. I'm just coming up with it right now, or not theory, but I'm piecing it together as I'm going on right now. Ginzo Ginzo gave Leon to Natsuki because obviously he wanted to keep this child in his life because he really loved her, because it's a reminder of Beatrice, right? It is the child of Beatrice. Even though it's out of incest, and what I was thinking, wouldn't the baby be, how do I put this nicely? A little fucked up? It's still his child. I'm thinking fucked up physically and maybe mentally. Either way, fucked up, but I guess not, because, I mean, I'm seeing how well, actually, no, never mind. They are fucked up. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that, like, they're obviously not like how a normal person is mentally, because I'll get to that in a second. So Ginzo gives his child to Natsuki, and Natsuki, because Natsuki could not wow, it all fell into place so perfectly. But Ginzo gave Leon to Natsuki, the baby, because she could not produce an heir, and it actually went very conveniently for Ginzo. It went very well for him, so he gave that child to Natsuki. And then Natsuki, upon raising a child, being frustrated at her inability to produce a child, because in this family, right, they've mentioned it before that at least Natsuki mentioned it, that how can I call myself a woman? Like, and man, I didn't really say much at the time, but that must be a very frustrating and upsetting, like, you would like, wow, I feel so bad for her being unable to produce a kid. That must be very, because I hear about it often, man, with some people wanting to have a kid and not being able to. That must be so humiliating. It's just so sad. But moving on, she got frustrated, obviously, like I just mentioned, the humiliation, the anger, the resentment towards not being able to produce a kid and having been given a kid at random. And so what she did, we obviously know, she pushed the servants along with the child off the cliff. Now then, this is where I heard a couple people mention this, and I guess it would make sense, right? Obviously, that fall did more than just hurt him physically, right? It probably fucked him or her up mentally, because going with Leon from this alternate universe, they keep referring to Leon in such an ambiguous way, not referring to any pronouns or nothing. Even when Will asked Leon what gender they were, Leon refused to answer the question. So I'm thinking that maybe still some of that, I don't know if it would be a gender dysphoria, something going on there that he does not, he wants to be, or Leon wants to be perceived as maybe both at the same time, or maybe Leon doesn't really know what to think, because these multiple personalities, oh fuck, I'm getting so ahead, never mind, let me go back. So the baby is down there. I don't remember if Natsuki mentioned it to Genji or what happened, but either way, Genji finds out and he goes to see the child. He finds the child barely alive and enrolls the child in the orphanage, right? The child is weaker than everyone else, smaller, more frail, just like how fucking Leon is. At least the Leon that we see as an adult, 19 years old. And the child, I don't know if would I say, yeah, he would be bullied a little bit. Bullied and not knowing where he came, or they came from, Leon came from. All this uncertainty in their life. Them not being good at being able to do anything. So many things. And their mind breaks, or starts to break, starts to fracture. They come up with this second personality, right, in their head, that so well, they come up with this second personality, Shannon, that is everything that they wish they could be in that moment, pretty much, right? A good servant, a diligent servant. Obviously, I would imagine they would be a little bit bigger physically and all that than Yasu. Like a little bit taller or what, just to be able to do the physical demands of the job that they're given, right? And they don't really think much besides that. But then one day they start imagining themselves or thinking of this witch Beatrice. Now then, this witch Beatrice, Claire, they meet Gap. And now then, here's the thing. Is Gap and everyone else, Renove included, everyone else, are they just a figment of Yasu's imagination to further expand and help them cope with the situation? I guess I would say imaginary friends would be the word, but not too much imaginary friends, just someone to help them, help Beatrice in whatever mission she has. But then something happens, right? And all this happens, right? She goes to Rokkenjima. Genji takes him. I don't even know what to refer to them as. I'll keep calling her her. I'll keep calling Leon her. Genji takes her to Rokkenjima, and there he enrolls her. And everyone says, "Oh wow, this servant is way smaller, way younger than everyone else. Isn't this a little odd? Everything that's going on." And obviously, Genji is the only one that knows what's actually going on. And maybe Kinzo had some suspicions as well. I'm not really sure. Everyone else probably as well. So, yes, I think Genji lied about Yasu's age so everyone wouldn't get too curious about Yasu. And so Yasu grew up being a servant, working around everyone, meeting George, Battler, Jessica, befriending them, and obviously everything that happened, the promises, right, that Battler made with Yasu, and Yasu. So this is this is how the locked rooms and all of this happened. Fucking the mystery novels that they shared together, those books that Battler gave Yasu, and Yasu finding companionship, finding a connection, something to live for past just getting up in the morning and just the simple fact of being alive. Battler, George, Shannon, they all gave Yasu life. They gave Yasu life, a reason to live. And then Battler left, and Yasu obviously suffered through those years that he was gone. Yasu wanting him to come back, that promise, that white horse. That's everything she ever wanted. To be saved, to be taken. Wow, I'm getting a little bit emotional because it reminds me of something else. A paradise. Just like the Golden Land, she wants to be saved from all of it, but she couldn't. And those thorns, the roots of those thorns, those dead roses grew into her heart until finally she had enough and she gave them unto the witch Beatrice. And simultaneously fractured her mind even more. She now became canon. Now then, that theory about maybe Leon being a boy, I guess it would make sense, right? Because as Leon is growing in age, obviously puberty will start to hit. And maybe his voice will become deeper. Maybe he will change up, some things like that. And so I guess naturally he would just have to adopt a separate personality to cover those situations, what's going on there. Become canon. And obviously canon is thin and frail. Wasn't that mentioned? Just like Leon. Even in episode 1. It was mentioned that he was like that. Remember when he had trouble with the fucking fertilizer? And they helped him? And I just read that episode not too long ago. Maybe like a week ago. I covered that as well. And oh, I have to go back and see what the fuck canon said. I have to go back. And obviously what fucking Battler and Beatrice said at the end of episode 6, even with Erica on the island, there's only 17 people because Shannon is canon. They are one person. They are a fractured mind, multiple personalities, and obviously Kinzo is dead. So Yasu, upon becoming all of this, obviously Yasu is still desperate for love. She still wants love. And so what does she do? She lets these separate personalities, I guess, look for it. Beatrice is tormented with Battler's love. Shannon goes on to get with George. And canon, again, all these separate personalities, they all come from the same basis. We are one, yet many. They all strive for the same thing. They all view themselves as furniture, but they all, in the back of their minds, don't believe in it, don't want to. They want what they can't have. They want what they are doomed to never have, and that's love. And so then comes multiple years later. Can someone remind me exactly how long before the murders started did Beatrice, Shannon, Leon, whatever, find out the truth of their birth, their lineage, of everything? How long? I think it was 2 years beforehand, right? Am I correct? It was 2 years before. So 2 years beforehand, Beatrice obviously solves the epitaph, becomes the ruler of Rokkenjima, and meets Kinzo. And Kinzo explains to her the truth of her birth, that she is the daughter of him and Beatrice, which was his daughter, and obviously I'm wondering, does that fuck up her mind even more? Because it to me, when I watched the episode, I even rewatched it today right before I recorded, it seemed that Beatrice didn't really react to that fact too much, right? Is it her mind breaking? She was so stunned, right? But Kinzo explains everything. And by the way, again, Kinzo, what an absolute fucking scumbag. What an absolute scumbag fucking person. It aggravated me so much, even rereading it, rewatching it, to see him plead and beg for forgiveness. First of all, he wasn't even begging for forgiveness. He just wanted to get everything off his chest to someone, to the person that he saw as Beatrice. He didn't fucking care about her or anything. He just wanted to get everything off his chest, and it pissed me off so much. But besides that, she learned of everything, and then she became the ruler, right? She didn't even care about the gold afterwards when they went back to wherever the fuck that was, down there. She didn't even really care much about the gold. So what I'm thinking is, if I'm getting this right, it was looking at it from the human side, right? She was so consumed. Okay, no, let me go ahead. So Battler, everyone comes back for the family conference. Shannon is there, right? And that's funny because when I read it, I was thinking back to episode 1, and right, Shannon and Ganon were never seen. When Battler was there, it was only Shannon herself, and then she disappeared to go do something else, and then Ganon showed up to move the fertilizer. Could that be? Now then, I'm also thinking, okay, never mind. Let me say this really quickly, but I don't want to get too off track. Golda was kind of like a little bit mean to Ganon and Shannon. Could it be because he knew, or kind of had a thought of what was going on and didn't really understand because he was the newest servant? Besides that, let me go back to what I was trying to say. So they all get back to the island, right? Battler included. And she said that, oh, if I don't remember, can someone explain to me? She said that if it happened one day before or one day after, the tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Why is that? Because I don't really understand. So if the family conference happened one day before or one day after when it ended or when it started, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred? Is it because of the typhoon and because of the epitaph and everything? Or is it, or could it be because George, like, it was just a perfect storm? Like, George proposed to her and Battler was also there as well, you know. Jessica, maybe something with Jessica happened as well in episode 1 that I can't fully remember. All of that, could that be the case? But basically, she could have like a mental break, and seeing as that she, no matter what she does, no matter what she did or could do, she is fated to never find love. Because again, Battler is her cousin and her nephew simultaneously. And obviously George, again, so Beatrice can't be with him because I guess they're blood related, obviously. And Shannon can't be with George because obviously they're related. George is Shannon's nephew along with cousin at the same time. And so is Jessica as well. So all three personalities are just fucked. They're all fucked. No matter what, she would have been fucked. And so I guess she, in realizing that, I don't know if she would have gone, even if she only loved one person, right? And I guess, let's just say, could have gone with them, chosen love with them. I really don't think she would, because of the fact that, you know, obviously they're blood related very heavily. At least I hope not. I don't know. Maybe she would just go mad, just like Ginzo did. And go mad with love and not care about anything, and maybe not even choose to tell him. I'm not really sure, but the thing is that maybe, again, she said that she was looking for a miracle, right? That she would either be put out of her misery or a miracle will occur and she will be able to live happily ever after in some way. I don't know what miracle she was expecting, them solving the epitaph or them catching her being... No, that is it. She wanted to do a murder-suicide of everyone, right? Obviously, Genji, Kumasawa, not even Anjo, and everyone. Obviously, other Ganon, because Ganon was with them. They all wanted to help Beatrice because she was obviously the new head. Even he said that everything from Ginzo, including the family, is now yours to do with as you please. So... Oh god, I can't believe I lost my train of thought so easily. She wanted to commit a murder-suicide, yes. And during the first Twilight, Hideyoshi was the only one to recognize her face, to look at her face and say, oh, you know, your ring is on her ring finger and all that. George didn't even want to look at her. And she said that was the fateful moment. Because if George looked at her, or if Battler ran in to look, or to do something, right, they would have noticed that, wait a minute. Maybe they would have touched her, right? They obviously they would have been compelled, because like everyone who has fucked or messed with the dead or touched them, met them a loved family member, they obviously they're wailing, they're grabbing them, they can't believe it. So she expected them, if they saw her or they were in there, to then touch her, and obviously it would be revealed that she was alive. and then she would be obviously blamed and questioned, and she would have confessed right there, and that would have been the end. But no, a miracle, I guess a good or bad miracle happened, and she was never caught, and thus she committed the Rokkenjima murders and just killed everyone. Obviously, every single locked room is instantly snapped away like that. Every single locked room. Because she's a servant. She is the head leader of the Ushiromiya family now. She is the head. And she controls every other servant. So every single murder that has been occurred has been at the hands of Beatrice, Shannon, whoever the fuck you want to call her, and some of the servants conspiring together. So at the very end of episode 1, when it was Kinzo, no, not Kinzo, when it was Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo, and they left the fucking the envelope down there, and Natsuki was about to shoot their fucking heads off, she had every right. She was correct in her assumptions. And when they, wow, so at the very end, it's so easily explainable now. When they went down there with Maria, again, obviously those fucking those symbols, like they're, oh god, everything is so easily explainable, right? Those symbols that were in the books that Ginzo had kept, like I mentioned that she could just, obviously in being the head, she can just read those fucking books, and she can draw as many or whatever magic circles she sees fit. So god, I've been talking for so long, I'm never gonna finish this fucking episode if I keep talking, but let me wrap up. So at the very last twilight, everyone just left. Let's say they could have harvested real blood from the victims that they have killed so far, or they could just put red paint on the walls, and they could have left Maria there. Obviously, what's her name? Fucking Shannon coming dressed up as Beatrice, because at the end, right before Ginzo died, when she solved the epitaph and was in the fucking locked room or whatever with the gold, Genji gave her a dress that Ginzo had commissioned of exactly how it looked like in the portrait, and so she can just walk up there. And obviously Maria, she would always have believed that it was Beatrice, right? She would always have believed, I forgot exactly what they said, but she would always believe that it was Beatrice, right? She could, and wow, like someone can say that they saw something or didn't see it, and they could just simply lie. Again, like they said, in Maria's mind, her mother and her mom, Rosa, when she gets violent, are two separate people. So Shannon, when she puts on the fucking dress of Beatrice, maybe she changes her hair a little bit, are two separate people. She is actually Beatrice. She is actually Beatrice, the golden witch, the endless witch. And obviously Maria would believe it no matter what she says. It's the perfect fucking storm for Shannon. It is the perfect storm. And at the very end, she comes dressed. Didn't we have like an entire, people call it CG, right? In a painting or a drawing of Battler and the kids and everyone on one side. Obviously Natsuki's dead, and Beatrice in the coming from the darkness. And wow, isn't it so poetic? Isn't it so fucking poetic? I thought, dude, again, because people say that you could solve it from the very first episode. And what I said, I forgot when I said it, but I was like, I feel like the fact that George, Battler, and Jessica being the only ones to live until the very end, even Natsuki being the one to live at the very end, is poetic, because she's the one who threw and cast her away from this family by throwing her off that cliff. And Battler, George, and Jessica being the last three to survive, while she comes out as the golden witch, her three loves that she could never get. Remember what Zepar and Furfur said in episode 6? There are certain types of love that are taboo, that cannot be had. And they kept talking about, oh, the love between a mother and their child, or a father and his daughter, or a cousin or siblings. That is absolutely insane. They spelled everything out there. That really was a confession. You just had to pick up the pieces and put the puzzle pieces together. This is absolutely fucking insane. This is insane. How long have I been fucking talking for? Wow. I have just been going on, and yes, at the very end, Beatrice comes, and I guess at the very end, she kills everyone in episode 1. She kills Battler, she kills Beatrice, not Beatrice, she kills Shannon, no, not Shannon, she kills Jessica and George, and then at the very end, who knows, maybe she even kills herself. I'm thinking about when Kumasawa was with Ganon, right? It was all a fucking act. Holy shit. It was all an act. Everything so masterfully done. And we fell for it. Hook, line, and goddamn motherfucking sinker. That was... Oh, I have to applaud. This is... Well, and the way Ryushiki has spun this and everything lines up so perfectly. This, you cannot... This was so masterfully written, so masterfully done. I wonder how long it took him and everyone. How long did it take to create a story this intricate, this in-depth, this beautifully and masterfully done? And I have been here for fucking 100 fucking hours. And to the very end, I have been caught and enraptured by this shit. And there is still more to go. We have another damn episode that we haven't even started. Wow, I am just, this is, holy fuck. And so she killed everyone at the very end. And did she kill herself at the final twilights? She said when the witch revives, and she did revive, none will be left alive. So she was fully in the persona of Beatrice at the very end, right? She flip-flopped between every single persona until at the very end, no one was left alive, not even her. And that message bottle that she forged pretending to be Maria. Wow. What I was thinking about this earlier, that envelope that Natsuki saw when she kicked everyone out, or after she kicked, like when she was running to the portrait of Beatrice, I was thinking maybe that envelope mentioned something of I am the man, or I am the child that you threw away 19 years ago. Meet me right here. Or it could just say something about I am the head of the Ushiromiya family, or something like, whatever it may be. But I think it maybe said though, Shannon referenced that, yo, I am the child of 19 years ago. Come meet me here, or something along those lines, something to do with 19 years ago. By the way, I mean, whatever it may be, let's start it, because I have been talking for half a fucking hour. Let's just go and let's finish this. What a fucking tale it was. What an insane tale it was. Oh my fucking dumbass, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was chapter 18. that was not what I had to read. Let's finish this. At least episode 72 party. Please pull up a seat and wind down. Was your sojourn on Rokkenjima a pleasant one? The Golden Witch has gifted you with an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you will participate. Wow, wow, wow. Guys, are you eating something? If you ate something, you'll probably be finished. But hey, if you're watching this, eat some chips, get a good meal. I'm drinking some water. Let's fucking go. When I came to, all was silent. The lights were dim, and yet the room felt large. Where on earth is this? Holy fuck, we're at the stage again. Here, I was sitting in what seemed to be a very small, single sofa. It was very constricting, and there seemed to be several more of them off to each side of me. A small sofa? Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in a theater. Right. Okay, so okay, Leon. Wow. And the reason that this Leon never became the witch is because she simply had no reason to, because of the fall, because they were showered with love, and because they knew that they were part of the family. They had stability, they had love, that they were showered with by pretty much everyone, even Kinzo. I don't know how long I've been here. Fuck, I feel like such an idiot for not seeing it sooner. And more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended. Everyone went back to the mansion and... Fuck, I'm sorry, I clicked on accident a couple times. After that, my memory gets fuzzy and I can't recall anything else. I am so fucking locked in. I am so ready for this shit. Wow, I haven't... Oh my god. Then I was surprised to notice the presence of another person. Apparently, I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seat of this vast theater. I'm calling it. The persons that are sitting in the other small sofas are the other personalities. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. It's either going to be Shannon, Ganon, Beatrice, Yasuda, whoever the fuck, or Yasu. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I had never seen before. I wondered who she was. She looked like a high schooler or a college student, about the same age as I was. So it's gonna be either Shannon or Beatrice. She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first.
Konnichiwa.
Well, that's kind. What? Okay, I'm sorry, I did not expect this at all. Okay, I was wrong. Angie! Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting.
誰？あんた。私も同じ気持ちです。どうやら私たちは望まずしてここにいるらしい。それ、片翼の紋章？
Yes. Thank you for noticing.
この紋章をご存知なんですか？
Wait a minute, hold on. Now that I'm thinking about it, is that supposed to be, because that looks very, well, it's twisted, but wouldn't it just be smaller, or is that like changed up? Like a modern version from where she is in 1998. She looked suspiciously at the one-winged eagle crest emblazoned on my collar. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't exactly pleasant for me.
先に私が名乗りましょう。私は後宮リオンと申します。後宮？え？何？リオンです。理科の理に魚するの魚でリオンと読みます。
I wonder what those kanji mean. I wish I could. Man, I gotta study up on Japanese more.
珍しい名前でしょ。名前の珍しさなら私でもごめんなさい。私はあんたを知らないわ。道理でしょうね。私もあなたを知りませんから。そうじゃなくて、あんた誰？後宮家にあんたなんかいないわ。どうしてそう決めつけられるんです？あなたは当家と何か関わりが？私が後宮家の人間だからよ。それは。
Now then, where's this going? She showed me her left sleeve and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it. It's a little crooked though.
言葉を返すようですが、あなたこそ誰です？後宮家であなたを見たことがない。細切れにされたり、朗読させられたり。
Oh wait!
次は何？
So this is the same Angie?
今度はどこの魔女の？
She survived all that bullshit. This... No, wait. Wait. I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry. But she said... First they tear me into little bits, then they make me read. What's next? So this is the same Angie that was killed? Or does she have her memories? Because she read for... Okay, so all of episode... So episode 6 and then 4 happened in terms of Angie's story. And then obviously she was killed at the very end. And she's alive again? She spat out those words and seemed to be complaining about something.
エンジェ。私は後宮エンジェ。ルドルフとキリエの娘よ。
Uh-oh.
エンジェちゃん？だってエンジェちゃんはまだ6つのはず。私が6つだったのは、六軒島で最後の親族会議があったあの年のある。あんたが1986年の人間であることは分かったわ。私は18よ。 そして1998年の人間。
Okay. So she's of age.
12年後の未来のエンジェちゃん。納得してもらえて嬉しいわ。でも申し訳ないことに、私にあなたの心当たりがないの。あなたは誰？親は？父はクラウス、母はナツヒです。それはジェシカお姉ちゃんだわ。ジェシカは妹です。
Oh, it's getting very confusing, isn't it?
どういう
For her, anyways.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんは一人っ子じゃなかったの？
Well, she still is. At least biologically. By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Angie had come from. She's probably from the world where I awakened as a witch. The world where Leon doesn't exist. That's right, where everything bad possible happened.
こう思ってください。あなたの知る世界と別の世界では、私も後ろ宮家の人間なんです。あなたの世界での私は、別の運命により別の人生を歩み、後ろ宮家の人間として生きてはいないのです。あんた、魔女なの？残念ながら普通の人間です。今の話は、魔女のベルンカステルさんに教えられたことです。ベルンカステル？
Oh!
あの青い長髪のネクラそうな顔した？
Why does she seem unpleasant or unpleased? Well, that's obviously why. Because fucking Byrne killed her, right? If I remember right.
そんな容姿だったと思います。
She threw her to the fucking... to the wolves and made them turn her into a burger.
つまり、私はまた魔女の茶番に付き合わされてるわけね。ここは一体？私もさっき目を覚ましたばかりです。ここはどこでしょう？劇場に見えるわ。何かを感激しろってのかしら。今はそういう気分ではありませんね。出口を探しましょう。
I don't think you guys have a choice.
気づいてないの？
That's just, you know, my intuition.
これ。これは。
So are they on stage? Damn, there it is. Clank. I finally noticed. Both of my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough slack that I could move about a little, but it looked like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place.
いつの間に、誰がこんなことを。魔女の駒に落ちたら、永遠にあいつらのおもちゃよ。逃げられない。
Angie crossed her legs, making the chains clank together. She must realize that no amount of struggling will break these chains. That getting panicky won't accomplish anything. She seemed to have nerves of steel. She's a bad bitch.
魔女の駒とは。あいつらの下僕みたいなもんよ。
And not in the good way.
私は取引したの。家族に会いたい。あの日から連れ戻したいって。魔女はその可能性を与える代わりに、私を魔女の駒としたわ。
She didn't give you the guarantee, she only said a possibility, and isn't that convenient for her?
少なくとも、魔女は約束を守ったわね。お兄ちゃんに会うことだけはできたんだし。
Right.
バトラ君のこと？エンジェだと名乗ることもできなかったけどね。
To the very end.
そのささやかな時間と引き換えに、私は今もこうして、魔女のおもちゃ箱の中から永遠に抜け出せない。どうやら、あんたもそのお仲間のようね。何を契約したの？私は何も。何かを魔女に望んだんじゃないの？
No, he, she, well, I don't even know. Again, I always, okay, they, I'll use they. They were just brought here.
という存在がどれだけ奇跡であるかを教えてもらいました。それだけです。
So who summoned you
い
two
ずれ
here?
にせよ、私たちはここから逃れられない。
Or maybe Aurora or Awawa or whoever the bitch's name is. Ow Ow.
さあ、魔女たち。
You know what? That's cute. I'll call her that. Ow Ow.
今度はどんな余興を見せてくれるの？朗読の次
It's a
は
cute
感激。
nickname.
今度は私が誰かの朗読を見るっていうの？ならば始めてちょうだい。 私はとっくに退屈しているの。
Yeah, let's get on with the bullshit, man. 4 fucking hours. Angie yelled to the pitch black stage. Yelled this too, the pitch, jeez. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. Oh shit, never mind. No, someone did, bitch. That laughing, that fucking, I will never mistake that laughing. And that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play. Hey.
あの日に何があったかって教えてなんてあげないわ。
Where have I heard that voice? Wait, oh fuck, I can't believe it. It's slipping me. I know who this is.
へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
Ava Triss!
この声は
I was so confused for a second.
あのババアよ。エヴァおばさんの声だわ。あの日に何があったかとは。1986年10月4日から5日の2日間、六軒島で最後の親族会議が行われた日のことよ。今日ですね。
Today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held. Oh, so it was held before the family conference started, okay.
驚いたわ。あんたは1986年の10月4日から来たっていうの？教えて。一体この2日間に何があったの？
The answer she seeks is inside the cat box. Even I can tell her nothing except that there was a tragic misunderstanding of the heart. However, I doubt that explanation would satisfy her. Then, a pillar of bright light pierced the stage. There stood a figure in white. That figure, clothed in a white dress, was obviously Claire. She's back? Of course. Angie didn't recognize her. Didn't we just kill her? She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all her regrets in that funeral a short while ago before being sent off into the next world? Something is holding her here then? She stood all alone in a narrow beam of light. In the narrow beam of light, in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter, but not in her fucking eyes. It shone more and more fiercely on her, until it became blinding just to look at her. Well, I mean, she's clad in very light clothing, so yeah, she's gonna, that light is gonna bounce right off. Damn, man, the light shone so brightly, the screen is white. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't keep our eyes open. Enveloped by a sound like wind or television static. And our minds began to blank. Okay, we're back to... Are we back in 1984? Not 84, 1986?
今年も見事に咲いたもんや。
これを手入れするのは大変だろうぜ。めでるだけの俺たちは楽なもんだ。
どうかね。手入れしてくれる人たちに感謝しなくちゃ。でもちょっと品がないのよね。兄さんが変に手を加える前の方が素敵だったわ。昔のも昔ので味わいがあってよかったわよね。
They're talking about the Rose Garden, obviously.
マリアバラ好き。トゲがなければもっと好き。
Well, they had to defend themselves.
懐かしいな、このバラ庭園。この6年ですっかり忘れてたぜ。もうそんなになるんだね。このバラ庭園も、そしてバトラ君も本当に見違えたよ。
So, is this Leon's 19. Is this Leon's family? It can't be right because he said that, or Leon said that Battler didn't come to this family conference, so it can't be his, right?
紹介するよ。
Or maybe it's a. Uh-oh.
使用人のカノン君。バトラーとは初対面だよな。はじめまして。
俺のことはバトラって呼んでくれよな。
Wow, I'm gonna pick apart his reactions right
よろ
fucking
しく頼
now.
むぜ。
今日はシャノンもいるぜ。一緒に遊んだの覚えてる？
ああ、シャノンちゃん。
Oh shit.
すっかり忘れてたぜ。懐かしいな。元気にしてるかい？この6年でますます綺麗になったよ。後で挨拶するといいよ。
Oh fuck.
シャノンはジョージお
Holy
兄ちゃんと
fuck.
仲良しなの。
マリア、シー。それは内緒な。
それでは皆様、そろそろゲストハウスの方へご案内いたします。
After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Golda in the direction of the guest house. Wait a minute, no. Okay. I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this is episode 1, but this can't be, because they met Ganon when he was unloading fertilizer. Not right there. Or maybe this is an amalgamation of every fucking October 4th, 1986. Rokkenjima. A world without Leon. The day of the Ushiromiya family's family conference. If it's a day without Leon or a world, a universe, then we already know what's gonna happen. And we already know what did happen before, a couple years ago anyways. The mysterious letter that Maria read aloud after dinner had just as she had been told to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the Golden Witch Beatrice and challenged the family. Solve the riddle of the epitaph. But why would she want the riddle to be solved? Because would she make herself known or reveal herself if it was? Otherwise, I will take everything. So if they solve it, then the truth of her will be exposed, and I guess she would either commit suicide or they would arrest her or kill her, or whatever the fuck it may be. Not arrest her if she didn't commit a murder anyways. It was the letter that declared the state of Beatrice's game, just as it had appeared in so many games before. Had an unknown person appeared to complicate the inheritance problem? Where was the 20 billion yens worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? Who on earth was this Beatrice? That's the only thing I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding. Why would she want them to solve the epitaph? Think about it with the heart. Let me think about it with the heart. It was that tangled web of suspicion and paranoia that had been a constant in every game. The dinner of October 4th.
ジョージ君、申し訳ないけど、みんなと一緒にゲストハウスに戻っててくれるかしら。ごめんね。シャノン、子供たちをゲストハウスへ。
Ah.
私たちはこのまま親族会議に入ります。
はい、かしこまりました。
黄金の魔女で味な手紙をよこしてくれるじゃん。
気分を解いてみろです。
So this is pretty much a final family, well, a final game, let's put it, game board. Or another. I don't know, maybe episode 8 will have one.
部外者なんかに譲ってたまるものですか。
あの黄金さえ見つかりゃ俺たちは全員ハッピー。誰も損がねえんだな。
行こう、みんな。ここからは大人の話だよ。やれやれ、ややこしそうな話だぜ。
ほら、マリア、行くぜ。
レアとの儀式が始まったね。それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内します。
Okay. Wow, I don't even know what to think of Shannon right now. But again, why would she want the epitaph to be solved? That's the only mystery that I have right now in my head.
なんでしょう。過去のゲームのいずれかの再演か。さもなくば、新しいゲームでしょうね。
I think it's a new game.
どのゲームであっても、10月4日は、
Or a new
ほとんど同じ
fragment,
展
let's
開
say.
だから。新しいゲーム？これまでのかけらにない物語ということですか？私たちを鎖で縛り付けてまで見せたものが、すでに知ってるゲームなわけがない。
Right.
新しいゲームだと考えるべきでしょうね。
Yeah, I came to the same conclusion.
ゲームマスターがいるはず。それは誰？あいつ？ベルンカステル。私には、そうとは思いません。
She has everything that she would
フ
want.
レルはもう消え去ったはずなんです。新しい物語を紡ぐ必要性がないはず。
Who would want to spin a new tale? Flip over the chessboard? Or maybe I shouldn't because that ignores the hearts.
レアとのゲーム版なんて、とっくの昔に昭和魔女どもに乗っ取られてるわ。
So Burn and Lambda Delta would they have no, I mean Burn, she left.
レアとでさえ、あいつらのゲームの駒でしかない。
So this is either Lambda Delta or what's her name? I can't believe I forgot her name. Ow Ow, I'll call her.
一体、
That's the only thing I
こ
remember
れ
from
は
her.
何のつもりで、誰の仕業なんです。私たちに何を見せたいんだ。
Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She is me from a world of a different fate, and the teller of the tale that is Beatrice's game. However, didn't she entrust everything to Will and have all her riddles solved? There should be no need for her to make a new riddle. Yeah, for what reason? In that case, is Bern Castell using this tale to test me? For what? Along with Will, I have at least touched the deepest depths of this tale and understood the culprit's heart. And it's tragic, man. It's tragic. I haven't said this, but I started feeling sadness. I started feeling really bad for Claire. So, even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. And obviously when I say Claire, I mean everyone, all of her personalities. Yasu. Is that what my role is? Is my role to teach Anji about the truth of this tale?
あなたは知っているんですか？この物語の真相を。いくつかの仮説は考えてるわ。でも、どの説にも最終的な答えは出せない。真相はいつも猫箱の中。断定はできない。
In this world, Anji is absent on this day. So, it's only natural that she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do.
やっと
I mean, it's pretty obvious now.
自分の役目が分かった気がします。どういう意味？どうやらあなたは感激者で、私は解説者のようです。何を解説してくれるというの？私はこれから起こる事件の犯人を知っているからです。なんですって？
What? So, oh yes, Anji still doesn't know. Because everything is enshrouded in a cat box for her.
何者かが私たちに碑文を解かせ、横取りを狙っているようにしか思えない。
I believe this is what they mentioned in episode
同
1.
感だ。
Are we gonna see an amalgamation of every single episode so
先
far?
に解いたなら猫ババしちまえばいいだけの話。わざわざ俺らに解いてみろなんて挑発するかってんだ。
No, they're giving us the clues of what happened before. If they solved it, they could just take it. Yes.
使用人の誰かのいたずらだわ。
She's
あわ
right.
よく黄金が見つかったらご祝儀におこぼれがもらえるかもしれない。
Nope,
さ
nope.
もしい考えに違いないわよ。
Yeah.
当家の使用人
You think they wouldn't know
そ
where
ん
it
な
is?
人間がいるとは思えません。
あるいは
Natsuki, you fucking know.
私たちの中に誰かが差し出した手紙だったりして。
Well, actually, no, she doesn't.
それを言ったら一番怪しいのはあんたでしょうが。マリアちゃんに一芝居打たせてあの手紙を読ませたんじゃないの？
私はそんなことしないわよ。
予算かっては決めつけたらあかんで。今はみんなで結託して相談し合う時やないか。
そうね。あの怪しげな手紙は私たちの結束を乱すのが狙いでしょう。踊らされれば踊らされるほどベアトリーチェの差出人の思うつぼだ。
キリエさんの言う通りだね。あのような手紙など初めから意に介さないくらいがちょうどいいのではないかね。
私は最初からそうだと言っています。こんなのは取るに足らないいたずらです。
そうやな。
Wow, they're just gonna ignore the letter? This is fucking.
クレームの1件や2件で行くついてたらアキラよやってられんで。
主人の言う通りだわ。
Wow, I
子
never.
供だし。
Okay, this is
真面目に考え
new.
るだけ損だわ。
They're just gonna ignore the letter.
本当に遺産騒動に絡みたい何者かなら手紙なんて遠回しなことをせず堂々と姿を現せばいいんだし。
だな。俺たち以外に遺産を要求している人間がいると思わせておこぼれに預かりたいってやつがいるんだろうさ。
遺産問題に口を挟まない代わりに口止め料をよこせとか言い出すのかし
それを言い出すならもう手紙に書いてるはずだ。
手紙の内容は碑文を解いてみろ。さもなくは全てをいただく。
Ah,
ある挑戦状
so
だ。
they're taking it as a threat. A veiled
犯
threat.
人はわしらに碑文の謎を解かせたい。それ以上でも以下でもないっちゅうことやな。
つまりよ、こんな手紙気にしたら負けってことだぜ。
どうかな。まるで推理小説のようなミステリアスな演出だったのでついつい私たちも面白がってしまった。我々も余裕がないね。
Yes, everyone's all uppity, man. You're all tense. You motherfuckers are ready to explode at a moment's notice. You're so tense.
腹立たしいことです。
使用人じゃないなら私たちの中の誰かが書いたんでしょうよ。誰とは言わないけれどね。
Right.
よしてよ。本当に私は知らないの。
まあまあしかし手紙の言うことも一理あるっちゅうもんや。わしらは誰も彼も金が欲しいんや。それもできたら今すぐや。それに異論がある者はおらんやろ。
Wow, so is this... Wow, so is this another thing that Shannon realized? Because she knew that they all needed money, so she expected them to solve the epitaph, but obviously none of them were going for it.
そりゃそうだ。
But again, why would she want them to solve the epitaph? What would she gain? Dying? Or a miracle? Like, what by miracle occurring, what miracle?
金と愛はいくらあっても困らねえぜ。
親父殿の遺産をいつ転がり込んでくるかを。
Oh, let me read what he said. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me read what he just said. Of course not. Who'd object to money? Who'd object to money or love? Settle up. Makes sense. All of us need money, and if possible, we need it right away. Right.
しかし碑文の黄金は違う。見つかれば直ちになわけだ。
ある意味お父様の遺産以上に目の前にある金だわ。
碑文の謎が解ければの話だけれどね。ここにいる皆さんも碑文の謎にはそれぞれ挑戦されたんでしょう。
Kyrie asked the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back.
ここには出題者であるお父さんの血を引く人間が4人もいながらそれぞれのバラバラに謎に挑戦して効率的ではないと思う。
だ俺たちはそれぞれが欲の皮を突っ張らせて単独に謎解きをしてた。しかし黄金発見時の分配等についてはもう俺たちの中で決着がついている。 そして兄貴が次期当主であることを認めるってのが。
それを引き換えに随分とふっかけてくれたんだね。
私たちで協力して謎解きをしたらあの碑文も解けるかしら。
3人寄れば文殊の知恵。
And what about
それ
4?
どころか私たちは7人もいるわ。
Never mind, 4. I was saying 4 heads, you know, direct descendants,
お
but
父さんの
7
遺産
people,
問題に
bitch.
ついては私たちは今日おおむねで合意を得ている。余興のつもりで碑文に挑んでみるのもいいんじゃないかしら。
Okay, I mean,
せやな。
you were just laughing at it, but alright.
一服のつもりでちょいとやってみるのもええんとちゃうか。
バカバカしい。
Obviously.
隠し黄門など
Obviously, she wouldn't want this.
まあまあ余興だと思ってよ。郷田さんに冷たいもんでも持ってきてもらおうぜ。一服しながらたまには兄弟水入らずで謎解きごっこをしてみようじゃねえか。
どうせ夜は長い。親父殿の寿命についてくだらない詮索をするよりよっぽど建設的だと思えるね。
郷田さんに電話するわ。何か持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
Wait a minute, I'm sorry again. I think I just. Okay, father's health. I thought they said father's death. Bring us some
お茶
coffee,
とお菓子と
some tea,
あ
snacks.
と台湾の地図でも持ってこさせる。
Wow, bitch. Wow. She already had a fucking general idea. Man. This is the thing, man. You have so many clues. You have so everything. Everything is a clue, but you just weren't open to it. You just wouldn't receive it. You wouldn't look at it with love. And what Ryushiki said, man, I see a lot of people mentioning it, but it really is beautiful. You have to look at the author, at the creator of the story, and wow, have trust in your heart for him or her, or not heart. Maybe that sounds a little too corny for some people, but 2 figures could be seen in the Rose Garden Arbor. Don't tell me it was George and Shannon's secret meeting.
この指輪を受け取ってほしい。
ジョージ様。
Wow, dude.
君を生
Holy
涯
fuck.
愛することを誓う。若い今だけじゃない。おいてお墓に入るまでの全てを愛し、君を幸せにすることを
Oh, wow, this is tragic. But I'm not really sure how they're gonna spin this. How is this gonna
言
end?
葉に嘘
Are
の
they
偽り
all-
はありませんか？
I want them all to have a happy ending. As tragic as it is, I want them all too. I'm not saying I want them to be together. I'm saying I want them to have... Oh, wow.
ああ、ないね。僕には君を愛し幸せな家庭を作る絶対の覚悟と自信がある。
その幸せな家庭とはどんなものですか？
それはとても幸せな家庭だよ。車と庭付きの家、そして飼い犬が1匹。
One dog?
庭には家庭菜園。
Wow, look at him. He has everything down to the fucking details
子供たち
planned out.
僕たちはバルコニーから微笑ましそうに
He even has that planned out.
それが僕たちの未来の日曜日の当たり前の光景だよ。
それは素敵な光景ですね。
Would. Will. Well, no, there's no will here. Well, because number one, he already left, but that's a stupid joke.
あの二人付き合ってるのかよ。
声が大きいって。マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
そうか。そうだったか。言われてみればなんとなく今日もあの二人いい雰囲気だったしな。そうだよな。俺たちももう恋をする年頃だもんな。
この6年で 私たちは随分変わったぜ。ジョージ兄さんも昔は頼りない感じだったけど今は違う。
それは思ったぜ。ジョージの兄貴随分と貫禄が出てたもんな。
Yes, he tries to be very responsible. But still, Shannon-chan and George Aniki. That's a bit unexpected. They played together often, enough 6 years ago. But I didn't think they were that close. Well, I mean, a lot can happen in 6 years.
なるほどな。
1,000.
6年だもんな。
この6年は誰にとっても大きいぜ。
だな。俺もこの6年いろいろあって正直六軒島のことはほとんど忘れてた。
Really? Like what?
まあ私もバトラーのことほとんど忘れかけてたけどな。
そりゃひでえぜ。
Talking together like this, it felt as though we'd been transported 6 years into the past. Those 6 years were so long that I almost forgot everything. And yet, it's coming back to me bit by bit. Shannon-chan. 6 years ago, you were part of our group and we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon-chan. That was the age when we were all overly self-conscious, in love with love. Wow, this image. I recalled bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words.
懐かしいぜ。今だったらとても言えねえような恥ずかしいことをいっぱい言っちまったような。思い出しただけで赤面しちまうぜ。
シャノンはそそっかしいけど記憶力はいいからな。後でこっそり昔のバトラーの恥ずかしい黒歴史を聞いちゃおう。
Yes, and that is a blessing and also a curse. A good memory like that.
よせやい。6年経ってるぜ。さすがに時効だろ。
I see. So Shannon-chan is going out with George Aniki. What am I thinking? Could this be jealousy? I didn't really think about it until now. But that thing Shannon-chan and I had back then, that was probably my first love. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we met again. Oh, what a painful thing. What a painful thing, and right, I mean, you really don't have any right. Not at all. I didn't know that.
親父殿は今も時折台湾を懐かしんで槟榔を噛んでいるよ。若い日にタバコの代わりに覚えたらしい。
でも鮎が泳ぐ川なんていくらでもあったと思うわ。
That's actually a very good thing, man, because I hate smoking.
鮎釣りの有名な渓流などいくらでもある。
You know what's funny? Hold on. Let me point this out. I'm looking at her whatever the fuck. This thing looks just like Rokonjima, and that's pretty cute.
鮎なんて水さえきれいならどこにだって住んでたでしょうよ。お手上げだわ。
お父さんが子供の頃に遊んだ近所の小川かなんかとちゃうか。あゆっちゅうとるが案外船程度のことかもしれんで。
あるいは何かの比喩かもしれないわ。川が水の流れる川とは限らないかも。水の流れない川とは。さあね、何のことやら。
キリエが言うのも一理ある。故郷を台湾と決めつけるのも、鮎の川が水の流れる川と決めつけるのも。
そう言われちゃお手上げやで。
Right.
こら考えれば考えるほどに難解な謎や。
So don't think about it too much. Don't break your brain, but think about it.
これはきっと謎なのよ。キリエさんの言う通りだわ。頭を柔らかくして考えるべきなのよ。
大正中に近い川っていうと断水河かし
ら。あんた話聞いてるの？
Ava, you stupid bitch. Pay attention because she's on the right track.
水の流れる川とは限らないって話をしてんでしょうが、その川が鮎の川だって保証はあるの？ そうよね。ごめんなさい。
Oh god, I really hope that I really hope that every single relationship here can be, what's the word?
まあ多分アユも泳いでたろうぜ。
A little bit more reciprocal.
何しろ淡水の川だ。淡水魚のアユが泳いでても不思議はねえだろうぜ。
アユは淡水魚。アユの川で淡水の川。それで淡水魚だね。言葉遊びだな。
面白い説じゃない。もう少し推理を進めてみましょう。川を下れば里あり。淡水河の河口には何て町があるの？
淡水と書いてあります。淡水は観光で行ったわ。落ち着いた港町よ。
Hey.
夕焼けが綺麗だったわ。
その里にて二人が口にした岸ってのがあった。
さあね、心当たりなんだな。やっぱり懐かしき故郷というのは台湾のことじゃないのよ。やっぱり小田原なのかもしれないわ。
全ての可能性を否定するべきではないとすると、私たちには碑文の1行目からすら話がまともに進みはしない。
静かにして気が散る。絶対に台湾よ。お父様が台湾以外を懐かしいと形容するわけがない。それについてだけは私も同感です。お父様にとって今でも台湾は心のふるさとなのですから。一行目ばかりに固執するのも良くないわよね。私は他の行について検討してみるわ。第一のバンカラをちょっと見てみることにする。
俺もそうするぜ。アユの川は姉貴に任せてその先を検討してみよう。
第一の晩に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げる。ミステリアスね。わかった。
Man, she's always the first one to figure it out. Ava suddenly muttered. All of the others spun around to look at her. Ava flipped through the pages about Taiwan with incredible force, then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard that it almost tore. This whole time, they had been looking at pages with place names. As far as the overall mass of information went, those had seemed to be most useful the most useful pages to start from. However, the page that Ava opened to was very limited with the scope of its information. It was a map of railway lines. Yes, she's on the whatever the fucks.
里だわ。あった。
何の話だね、エヴァ。
Oh, look at him, bitch. He's getting nervous. He's like, whoa, what do you mean? What's going on?
静かにして。岸もある、口もある。二人が口にするというのはわからないけど、でも里も岸も口もある。ここよ。絶対にこれが黄金の鍵の眠る里よ。
落ち着くんや。どういうことかわしらに分かるように説明してや。
Yeah, that's right. What you talking about, bitch?
なるほど。アユの川というのは淡水線という名の鉄道のことだと。
Oh, I want to see my girl Kiria figure it out. I really do.
泳いでいないと思いますが。見て。淡水線を下り方向に進んでいくと、旧名がキリガンって駅がある。
There we go, bitch. The Kirigan.
漢字をよく見て。里がある、口がある、岸がある。
ほんまや。里がある、口もある、岸もあるで。
川を下ればやがて里あり。確かに淡水線の駅名の中で里がつくのはその駅だけだな。
なるほど。 その駅名を暗示しているようにも見えるね。
絶対にこれ以上間違いないわ。調べればいいのよ。二人が口にしの意味もきっとわかる。見て、これ。
地名のキリガンのリは口辺に里だわ。ということはキリガンは口辺が2つ、すなわち2人が口にし。
すごいわ姉さん。これよ、間違いなくこれだわ。
このキリガンという町のどこかに鍵が隠されているということでしょうか。
どうかしら。ここまでの謎は言葉遊びだとしたら、眠る鍵もまた言葉遊びの可能性が高いんじゃないかしら。
同感だわ。第一の番、鍵は6人の生贄を選ぶのよ。つまり本当に鍵状の形をした何かと考えがたいということだわ。
面白くなってきやがったぜ。
Look at these motherfuckers. They're just like me,
生
observing.
贄に捧げよう。これから連想できる鍵を考えるの。そしてそれでキリガンという地名を噛み砕くのよ。私にはわかるわ。これはきっと言葉遊び。絶対に言葉遊びよ。考えてみんな。
I'm gonna be honest, I might have already forgotten a little bit of how this goes.
面白いものだね。一人なら気のめいるような雨でも、君と一緒なら涼しくて気持ちがよく感じるよ。
そろそろ戻りましょう。カノン君を待たせてますので。
そうだね。
Oh,
僕も
fuck.
ジェシカちゃんやバトラ君たちをだいぶ待たせちゃってるかな。
I kept Ganon-kun waiting. Sure you have.
お嬢様にジョージ様、バトラ様に私で4人で遊んでいた頃もあったんですよね。あの頃も楽しかったですね。
僕は今の方が楽しいよ。君を独り占めできるからね。
ジョージ様ったら。
They laughed at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seemed just slightly
ジ
forced.
ョージ様？
ああ、ごめん。僕はね、未だにバトラ君にコンプレックスがあるんだよ。
What do you mean?
コンプレックスですか？
彼はルドルフおじさんに似て快活だし面白いし、何よりも元気だし、僕なんかよりよっぽど魅力的だ。彼と僕が並ぶと自分が霞むのがよくわかるんだ。
そんなことはありません。ジョージ様は立派ですし魅力的です。バトラ様に何も劣るところなどありません。
本当に？
ええ、本当にです。
実はね、今年バトラ君が戻ってくると聞いて、僕は最初
What? Were you
嫌な気持ちだっ
jealous?
たんだよ。
I mean, he was a little jealous of you right
ど
now.
うしてですか？
What if they're jealous of each other?
6年前、君と本当に仲が良かったのはバトラ君だった。僕は君ともっと仲良くなりたいと思っていたけれど、全く間に割り込むことなんてできなかった。指をくわえて見ているほかないくらいお似合いの二人に見えたよ。
そうだったでしょうか。お
Wow.
似合いの二人どころか、私が一方的にバトラ様にからかわれてただけで。
最高にお似合いの
Wow.
二人だったよ。
Holy fuck.
間違いなくね。
Really?
君たちは付き合っているに違いないと信じてた。
I mean, from the sounds of it, it just seemed that they were exchanging books, and it was all on. It was just an immature crush. That's pretty much all it was. A crush.
そんなことはありませんでしたよ。ジョージ様の考えすぎです。
僕は本当にみっともないね。今日君に指輪を渡すとき断られるかもしれないと怯えた。
どうしてですか？私がジョージさんの指輪をどうして拒むと？
バトラ君が帰ってきたからさ。
Wow, he really felt that way? Come on, that's silly. He hasn't been here for 6 years. What love could she possibly have for someone who she hasn't seen, had zero connection in any way, shape, or form for 6 years? None.
彼が帰ってきた今、僕は用済みなんじゃないかなって怯えたんだ。
Oh, George, that is so silly.
ジョージさん、これをご覧ください。私の薬指に輝く、
Oh, man.
この銀色の輝きです。
I mean, listen, here's the thing, right? This is a very sweet thing, but again, at the very back of my mind, like, there is a darkness, there is such, like, come on, guys, she is his aunt and he is her cousin at the, you see what I'm saying? Like, it is very, I mean, actually, I don't even know if I'd say it is very sweet. It's not, I don't even know what to think about it. Here's the thing. I don't know what the story or what, I'm just gonna keep reading.
これは何ですか？
そうだよね。
Or are we gonna go completely against what Zephyr and Purpur said about, oh, some love being a taboo and an absolute not?
僕は何を動揺しているんだろうね。6年ぶりの再会でさらにかっこよくなった彼にまた嫉妬していたんだろうね。情けないよ。
Hey, everyone is different. I mean, you can feel like he's cooler than you, but you have your own charm as well.
いいんです。その気持ちはすなわち私を誰にも渡したくないというジョージさんの強い気持ちの表れなんですから。もし私の気持ちがバトラ様に移るのではないかと怯えるなら、そんなことを絶対に思わせないくらいに強く愛してください。私があなた以外の男性のことを考える暇なんかないくらいに。私だって怖いんです。私より魅力的な女性なんてこれからもいくらでも現れるでしょう。あるいは至らぬ私に愛想を尽かすこともあるかもしれない。
Wow.
生涯あなたの気持ちを私だけにつなぎ止めていられるか怖いんです。
Love always being a gamble? Is that what they're trying to say?
必要はないよ。僕は君を生涯愛し抜くことを誓う。
私もそれを誓ったのにバトラ様が帰ってきたら信じてくれなくなりましたね。
Ah, caught his ass, bitch. Caught him in, let's say, a logic error. As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her.
私は後宮ジョージさんという素敵な方を射止めました。そして生涯私を愛すると誓わせ、それを誓う指輪をこうして贈らせました。その指輪をこうして薬指に通した上で正直に告白します。私は確かにおっしゃる通り6年前バトラ様のことが好きでした。
Wow, bitch, it's coming out.
ジョージさんより
Oh, now this is honesty. Now this is honesty. It is coming out, but
でも
it has to, because it's the truth.
それは6年前
You
の
have to
話です。
expose it. Ain't that what this shit is all about? Well, not all about, but partly.
今の話ではありません。バトラ様へのその気持ちはこの6年間で整理され、思 思い出と一緒に過去へ決別したのです。
Wow, how the fuck is this gonna work out with your personalities then, girl?
あなたを愛するためだけに存在します。
Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. George gave a single, uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort the George of 6 years ago had made. Then he straightened up his back and shrugged hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he parted ways with the person he had been 6 years ago. Wow, we all have to move on. There's things. Is that it? Oh, they found it out.
刻まれてるのはあれだけよ。K の10分の1で1000兆とはね。眉唾だわ。私たちの想像が正しければ、きっとあのレリーフの文字の仕掛けなの。
確かめればわかる話だ。誰が上がる？
俺が上がろう。抑えててくれ。
気をつけて。結構高いですよ。
Rudolph climbed up the propped up ladder, step by step, as the rain poured down on him. Yo, he's always climbing ladders.
Q の文字を見てみて。どう？何か仕掛けがありそう？
ん？ちょいとガタつくな。やべ。
どうしたの？何があったの？
ビンゴみてえだぜ。
Look at you, bitch. Rudolph tossed the cue down. Watch out, everyone. Gonna hit one of you motherfuckers in the head and then shit. Hey. There's less gold for them though. It hit Kraut. It hit Kraus on the shoulder and landed in a puddle. Yo. Did it not hurt him? Is he not going like, oh shit, bitch, you hit me? He's not freaking out?
ルドルフ君、これまさか他の文字も抜けるんか？
ああ、そうみてえだ。どうやら俺たちのとんでも推理は外れていなかったらしいな。次に抜く文字は何だ？
愛です。それから L。
But which one of the L's? Say the first or the second one. Oh, he got it right. Alright, now take out the D, or move the D to the left, pause. Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6 letters of the first Twilight. Now that they'd gotten this far, nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle, bitch. By trial and error, they finally reached the final stage. Yep, moving it around. Quadori.
頭からえぐれというのか。左から順にという意味に違いない。
ルドルフさん。
Yeah, but that's how would they know, man? Well, obviously because it's all Western. Because I know here in the West, where I'm from, America, we read from left to right. However, over there in Japan, they read from right to left. Oops, I did not mean to do that.
左から順に鍵を回してから抜くの。
Turn that.
Oh, yo.
None were left alive. Damn, and Beatrice took that epitaph and fucking wow, man.
第9話に誰も生き残れないってわけだ。
The wordplay is insane.
どう？何か起こった？
That is crazy, man. That really. Oh, look, the lion
何
turned.
かの手応えはあったが変化なしだ。どっかで隠し扉でも開いたのかもな。
Yeah, look behind you, bitch.
おい、あれを見てみ。動いたぞ。確かに動いた。
みんな見て。ライオンの像の向きが変わってるわ。
After it, bitch. Follow it.
どういうことでしょう。
She's freaking the fuck out.
何か秘密は？
違う。これはおそらく ライオンの向いた方向を見よという意味だ。見たまえ。
Oh shit! Even though we've seen this a couple times before, it's not any less exciting.
あそこのライオンの向きも変わってるわ。どういうこと？バカ、あれは誘導してるのよ。
Oh my gosh, she is so
ライオン
mean.
の向く方へ行けという意味だわ。
Ava dashed ahead. The others all chased after her. The gold was right in front of them. Damn right it was, bitch. I love it when they do that with the thunder.
驚いたね。こんな秘密の階段があったとは。
納得だわ。お父様が誰も礼拝堂に近づけたがらないはずよ。この仕掛けは一体いつからあったのかしら。地下道の感じからして相当の昔からだわ。
おそらくお屋敷を作った時とほぼ同時でしょうね。多分碑文の謎も何十年も前から用意されていたのよ。
まああの親父だから大抵のことには驚かねえつもりだったが。
一体この階段どこまで続くのでしょう。
こら、あの噂は本当かもしれんで。
So fucking... Now then, here's the thing. Rosa figured this out because in episode 3, she came down here. Either she followed Ava and just hid behind until she figured out the quadrillion and whatever, or she figured it out herself.
ほら、森の中のどこかに愛人を囲ってる隠し屋敷があるっちゅう話や。
なるほど。
Uh-oh.
この地下通路がそこまで続いている可能性は高いな。
Bitch, I fully... Is Natsuki not gonna snap at that? She usually
あ
does.
のお屋敷にまで繋がってるのかしら。
It does. We know it
どうや
does.
らゴールみたいよ。武骨な扉があるわ。何か書いてある。
こりゃビンゴだな。
Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold.
開く？開くわ。いい？開けるわよ。
いよいよ黄金とご対面かね。
I know those motherfuckers are trembling. I know they are!
そんなうまい話。ぜひ会ってくれと祈るばかりや。
These fuckers are twitching. I know that's how people would react. They'll be twitching, they'll be trembling, they'll be like, oh, what the fuck? They'll be all tensed up. Look at them. Yes, everybody. Oh, you see that they're all sweating. They can't believe this shit. Except Krause is the only one. Look at him. He's calm and composed. The heavy door opened slowly. Then the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. Are they gonna play my favorite song? Yeah, they are, bitch! Oh, I love this song so fucking much! They only had an instant to admire the splendid furnishings of the underground VIP room. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by the cries of astonishment and wild joy. Oh shit, I love this song so goddamn much. This is probably my favorite song. Oh fuck, I love it so much. Oh, look at he's freaking out. I gotta listen to this. Obviously, that's what I expect. I expect everybody to start laughing their ass off. They can't believe it, bitch. Even though I already know what was gonna happen, how to do it. Oh fuck, I can't believe it too. Wow, a shining mountain that blinds the eyes.
やったでやったで。このゲームはわしらの勝ちや。
緑に触ってはなりません。お父様の黄金ですよ。
No, girl, it's ours.
あらそう。じゃあお父様を今すぐ呼んできてちょうだい。今すぐここへ。茶番はとっくに終わってんのよ。
夏木姉さんよ。もうここからは白々しい話は抜きにしようぜ。ここにあるのは 本物の黄金の山。俺たちも
Come on.
本音で語り合うべきだぜ。
That's
幸いに
right.
も私たちは今とても上機嫌で寛大だわ。おとなしく引っ込んでなさい。
A pile of gold this massive carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. What a way to fucking put it. Beautifully. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up with its golden gleam. It was as though the gleam manipulated them. For some time, they forgot their age, and howled and laughed, running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a park. Damn, the way they put it, it brings out the honesty within you. It has magical... Oh, they're so right.
何これ。どういうこと？
事件が起こる前に碑文が、それも親族兄弟全員によって解かれてしまうなんて。
今までになかった展開ね。
ベアトリーチェは碑文の謎を解いたら事件を起こさないと決めていたはず。
But why is that? I'm probably gonna find out right
そ
now.
ういうことにはなってるけどね。どうだか。
Supposedly. Okay, well, we're gonna find out right now. Whatever the fuck is gonna happen. Anji snorted, but I believed. This is what Claire decided. She entrusted everything to the roulette of fate, so she would obey the result. She let the roulette decide her own fate, specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. Claire and her multiple personalities. So, she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise.
起こらないはずです。事件は。
断言できるの？
はい。もう彼女のルーレットは決まったのです。これで彼女のゲームは終了です。
終了ならどうなるっての？めでたくみんなで大金持ちになって無事に親族会議はおしまい？私の家族は中身がチョコレートじゃないインゴットをお土産に私のところへ帰ってきてくれるというの？
I would hope so.
これで全てがハッピーエンドだと？あの魔女どもがそんな甘い夢を鎖につなぎながら見せてくれるわけ？
She's so nihilistic. When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I wasn't able to counter her with confidence, but I wanted to believe that Claire's game has now come to one of its possible conclusions, even if it's the least eventful. Perhaps, just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs, having disappeared with no regrets. Perhaps she left us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime occurs, in a sense, the most peaceful sort of game. I would like to believe that. If only these heavy, cold chains weren't holding us in place in this theater. Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebration to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she'd seen it. The curtains against the wall had fluttered, and the shape of a person had been there behind it. In the curtains? In the room? Like these? Behind these?
誰かいるの？いるなら出てらっしゃい。
Or she's gonna fucking back kick you, bitch. When Ava yelled, the curtains shook. Oh, bitch, she put the fear into the curtains, man. Beatrice. And then, a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. What are they gonna think? In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch of the portrait. And they realized one more thing. This person was the owner of this room.
ようこそ黄金の部屋へ。
Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. And wow, dude, that is why she said, "Oh, Ganon is waiting for me. I have to go back." Damn, I fucking know. I know all her tricks now. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first to speak. Wow, Rudolph.
あんたがベアトリーチェってわけか。
いかにも。マリアに手紙を渡したのはあなたなの。いかにも。
これは親父殿の差し金なのかね。
いいえ、これは私のゲームです。
ならそのゲームは私たちの勝ちだわ。こうして碑文の謎を解いて
Look at her, look at her. She's playing by her game and she so desperately wants
あんたの挑
this.
戦にうちらが勝ったんやで。
You're right.
この黄金わしらのもんちゅうことで間違いないんやろな。
They want a clarification. Come on. What is she gonna
いか
say?
にもその通りです。皆さんは碑文の謎を解き、見事にこうして隠された黄金を発見しました。このゲームは皆さんの勝ちです。この黄金はもはや私のものではなく、皆さんのもの。
潔いことだね。
ねえ、あんた、もし碑文の謎を私たちが解けなかったらどうするつもりだったの？
Wow. Is she gonna be
後ろ宮家
truthful?
の全てを頂戴すると。
Is she gonna be truthful and say, yo, I was just gonna kill all of you?
後ろ宮家のすべての財産と、
Damn, she did. Oh, wow. Imagine hearing that shit. Yo, I was gonna take every fucking thing
私
here.
の好きにさせてもらうつもりでした。
The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the others realized what sat on the table. What was it? There were 4 rifles! And there was also a case filled with bullets. Wow, the witch picked up one of the lead bullets lying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke.
もし皆さんが碑文の謎を解けずに今夜を終えたなら、私は碑文に従い13人を殺す殺人事件を起こすつもりでした。なんですって。
Wow, what an insane... Dude, are they all... I don't know what you would even think.
初めて見た時は思ったわ。まるで連続殺人を描いた推理小説に出てきそうだなって。そうね、あの碑文の通りに13人が次々に殺されたら、それはとてもミステリアスな事件になったでしょうね。
And it turned out that way. It turned out exactly like that.
お前一人にそれができるわけもありません。
Oh, fuck. Is she gonna throw everyone under the bus?
13人も殺すなどいくらなんでも。
計画は入念に、そして何通りにも用意していました。皆さんが今夜から明日までに取り得るすべての可能性を想定し、そのすべてに対応できるミステリーをご用意する予定でした。今となっては披露はできませんが、それは綿密に練られた愉快な密室殺人の数々を用意していたのです。
ほんの数人なら銃で寝首をかくこともできたろうよ。だが、さすがに13人も殺せ
Look
るわ
at
け
them.
がね。
Look at them with this fucking sense of confidence now that it's all out in the open. Bitch, listen, I saw every fucking game. You didn't know shit. I swear, wasn't there a game where every single one of them
俺たちはそこまで
died?
間抜けじゃねえぜ。
そのようですね。
Now it makes perfect sense, right? It was never so she could revive. Like, no wonder it makes sense. In some games, some of the epitaphs weren't even completed to how many murders that they wanted.
少なくとも第一の晩以前に碑文の謎を解かれるという想定は最も可能性の低いものだと思っていましたから。
君にとっては私たちがここへたどり着くのはどうやら誤算だったようだね。
いいえ、これすらも私の望んだルーレットの結果の一つ。そしておそらく皆さんにとって最高の結果を意味するでしょう。誰も死ぬことなく黄金を手に島を出ることができる。おめでとうございます。
Wow, man. So, again, the reason her eyes are like this is because she...
ゲームは皆さんの完全な勝利です。
This is her facing the reality of what is going on, what she is. She is not hiding in she is not hiding in a delusion anymore. will end with a perfect victory. If no one could solve the riddle, she planned to take those guns and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch look at me, I'm so fucking caught up. Emotionlessly make her confession.
あなたの告白が真実なら、あなたは私たちを殺そうとしてたことになるわ。
Right, are you all gonna gang up on her right now?
はい、そうです。
こいつよくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだぜ。
Well?
そこまで打ち明けた以上、我々が君を好意的に扱うとは思えないはずだ。
Right, I was thinking the same thing. Now
覚
then.
悟の上です。私のことは煮るなり焼くなりお好きなように。皆さんが碑文を解けなければそうなっていたのは皆さんなのですから、これは対等なことなのです。
この姉ちゃん大した肝っ玉やで。
Or ovaries.
命を落とす覚悟があったからこそ用意したゲームでした。その結果を得られて私は満足しています。もはや殺されようともそれも覚悟の上です。
She no longer even treasured her life. The witch walked towards the others as she spoke, and they automatically stepped back.
黄金は皆さんのものです。最初に発見した方に全てを差し上げるつもりでしたが、7人でいらっしゃるとは想定しませんでした。7人でどう分けるかは皆さんで決められるといいでしょう。私はそれに関知しません。それから
What the fuck is gonna... The witch walked even closer. She walked through the middle of the group, up to the antique clock behind them. Oh? I don't think we've ever... Oh, and there's a door right there. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. The witch patted it and spoke.
この
What?
時計の仕掛けも皆さんにご説明しましょう。皆さんは黄金だけでなく、この島のすべてを手に入れられたのですから。
Okay.
それはどういう意味かね。
第8の番までを殺人事件風に読み解いたら、確かに殺されるのは13人だわ。でも第9の番には誰も生き残れはしないと記されているわ。
どういうことだ。
Wait a minute. Were they serious when they said they're gonna blow up the fucking islands?
つまり俺たちを皆殺しにしようって企んでたってことか。
Or is this gonna leak gas?
まさかその時計は。
Wait a second. What are
お
they...
察しの通りです。爆薬と連動しています。
No fucking way.
その仕掛けを用意したのはあなた。
Holy
それ
shit.
とも後ろ宮金蔵なの？
仕掛けを作ったのは後宮金蔵です。
Damn. How are they gonna respond to this
この
one,
仕掛け
man?
こそ
Ginzo's the one who set up bombs on the fucking islands?
何を言ってるのかさっぱりや。
So Ginzo was fine with us dying. Every single one of us?
親父は爆弾を用意してて、無一文になったらいつでもきれいさっぱり、自分ごと全てを吹き飛ばして死んじまう覚悟があったってわけか。
Holy shit.
後宮金蔵はこの島で黄金の魔女と契約し、しかし得たのは黄金だけではなかったのです。
Okay.
どういうことですか。まさかと思うけど。
六軒島には旧日本軍の基地跡があるという噂話を聞いたことがあるが。
Oh fuck yes, yeah, yep. Okay, how did I not think about that? So he just used the bombs that were already here?
この島の地下には戦時中の旧日本軍の地下基地跡が眠っています。そしてそこには900
What? There's no fucking way there's that much. 900 tons of explosives? You're fucking kidding.
900トンやって。とんでもない量や。そない爆発したら想像もつかん。
900 tons? So you're telling me at the end of every game, did she set that clock off, those explosives?
屋敷どころか
That would
クレーターが開くっちゅうもんやで。
the fucking island would be sunk into the ocean.
直径 1km 深さ数十メートルの大穴が開くとか。
Several dozen meters deep and a kilometer across.
跡形も残らんな。
Oh boy, we would be annihilated.
この爆弾は特別な仕掛けで爆発します。
But when Angie, she went back to Rokkenjima, so this wasn't blown up at the time.
私が今操作した。これが起動のスイッチです。
The switch, I just flipped arms. Hey, bitch, you better calm the fuck down. The witch toyed with a switch on top of the antique. Yo, you calm the fuck down. Are they not gonna freak out?
24時を迎えると爆発します。
Oh, bitch, you better calm the fuck. Hey, put that bitch back where it belongs. Yo, calm down.
残り何時間で爆発するというのではなく、24時ぴったりにしか爆発しない時限爆弾というわけね。
Right.
いかにももうじき24時を迎えますね。
Oh, fuck. Yo, can you move that shit back, please?
このままにしておきますが。
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。
Yeah, who the
返し
fuck?
なさい。
By this time, Ginzo was probably the only one who knew. The secret base on Rokkenjima had started out as a submarine base. However, when the plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top secret base for Homeland Defense. Dude, I didn't expect him to go this fucking far. So he planted all this shit across the entire island. God. A huge plan had been drawn up to have the army and navy perform a pincer attack on American forces if the latter decided to land on Kujuguri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defense maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosives and fuel in absolute secrecy. And the Rokkenjima base was the location of those were stockpiled at. The total weight of the buried explosives was 900 tons. By the way, guys, 1 ton is 2,000 pounds. Also, fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secrets and seize the explosives, they set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Ginzo, who knew about all of this, decided not only to keep the self-destruct system active, but to connect it up to the strange clock that could cause the explosion at any night at midnight. Wow. Ginzo is famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, and then using those funds in several sink or swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? Nothing. Well, not as much as Beatrice did. At this point, we can only speculate. Perhaps the true source of Ginzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. Perhaps it was this device, with which he could erase himself and this entire island from existence if he lost a big gamble and all that he owns. Holy crap, dude. Wow, this story is insane. He must have been putting the gold and everything else he had on the line at every point in his life. Ginzo had probably looked at this clock at times, maybe flipping at the activation switch and letting the clock tick down. Whenever things got tough, he got stuck. Maybe he would hide in here and flip the switch. He might have made it a rule for himself that he would blow everything away if he couldn't think of a brilliant plan before midnight came. Damn. He would gaze at the mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Man, talk about lighting a fire under your ass. Perhaps Ushiromiya Ginzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead. Holy crap, man. This dude Ginzo, everything is so extreme with this fucker. Everything is right to the fucking extreme.
俺たち子供は親父が悩み事をするたびに 道連れにされてたかもしれないってわけだ。
Wow.
あのお父様な
I
ら
don't know what I would
あり得
think.
る話ね。
Wow.
この仕
Wow.
掛けも
Think
も
about
はや
that.
皆さんのものです。大爆発をお望みでしたらいつでもどうぞ。
Imagine that, man. You could. Throughout your entire life, you could have been killed like that because your crazy ass dad just. Holy shit.
アホ抜かせ。誰が大爆発なんか望むんや。
半世紀も前の爆弾でしょ。本当に爆発するの？
はい、もちろん。
That's a good thing to say.
爆薬も新刊も健在です。
You
試
know?
しましたから。
Okay. Calm down, bitch. Calm the fuck down.
まさかあれか。
そうか、やっとわかったよ。鎮守の社が跡形もなく消え去ったのもそういうわけか。
The fucking shrine! Remember how I kept talking about that shrine? I was like, wait, are they gonna bring up the fact that this shrine... They brought this up a couple times. This fucking shrine being here. This summer, the shrine had disappeared without a trace, along with the reef under it. It felt strange that the waves could have destroyed it without a trace like that, but no one had paid it that much mind. Wait, I mean, I was talking about the Torii Gate, remember that? And now, this piece perfectly fit into the hole left by that strange feeling.
いかにも半世紀を経て今なお爆薬が健在であるあの社で実験させて
So she never... So when she said she destroyed... Remember in episode 2 when she destroyed the fucking mirror? She didn't destroy the mirror. She obliterated it. And everything else around
皆
it.
さんもご承知の通りです
Yes! Look at it! Hey. Man. The sobering reality. That's all I gotta say.
あの岩礁が丸々消え去るのですから900トンもの爆薬があれば地図が書き換わるほどの爆発を
Rewrite the map.
容易
Holy
に想像できるでし
fuck.
ょう
そんな爆弾を爆発させたら確かに我々はみんな死ぬだろうね。
Oh, certain. 1,000%.
君は
Not even a trace of you will be left.
まさか私たちと一緒に心中するつもりだったとは思えない。
So, wow. So now I fully understand. I feel like I have all the answers I possibly could have asked for. I was wondering what she would have done.
基地跡の地下通路に通じていますそれをまっすぐ進めば島の反対側にある隠し屋敷クワドリアンに出ることができます
Dude, wow. I feel...
距離は約 2km そこまで逃げれれば爆発からも逃れられるでしょう
なるほどね。爆発の直前にそこへ逃れるつもりだったのね。
そうすることも可能というだけの話です皆さんは信じないでしょうが私は皆さんの誰も謎を解くことができず第9の番を迎えてしまったなら全てと共に心中するつもりでおりましたから
こいつ頭がどうかしてやがる。
You're just now getting it? Listen.
イかれてるのよ。
Yeah, she's
考える
fucking...
だけ無駄だわ。
She's fucking crazy as shit.
この女は私たちがもし碑文を解けなければあそこの銃であるいはそこの爆弾のスイッチで私たちを皆殺しにしたのよ。
Oh, easily. Within a set. Man, Angie is so fucking
それ
lucky.
だけは疑いようがないわ。
その通りです皆さんは誰一人犠牲者を出さないという最善の形でこのゲームを終えられたのです
Yeah, so
敬意を
fucking
表
lucky.
すると同時に心より感服いたします私があれだけ長い時間をかけて解いた謎は7人がかりとはいえ一晩でそれは称えられるべきです
私も 君の潔さに敬意を表するよ。
Listen, their personalities are shining so bright right now because Ava's freaking out, calling her a crazy bitch, which she kind of is. Well, not kind of, she is. And look at how Krause is dealing with the situation. He's being so calm. He's approaching this from such a professional level. Like, wow, like, again, in episode 1, when Ava was talking shit to Natsuki, right, and he was so calm and composed, I was like, what the fuck is he doing? But now, look at him. This is him.
君の処遇はこれから考える。極力紳士的なものになるよう配慮するつもりだ。
Wow, look at him. Wow. Wow. All I can say is wow. This is so beautifully done. But this is what I was wondering, right? They finished the epitaph. What will she do? She's not gonna blow up the mansion or the island. Is she gonna want them to kill her? Or is she gonna... What if she throws herself off the cliff? The Golden Witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room, and revived. And now, new people have solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was now finished. I added a little bit extra, but whatever. When the epitaph's riddle was solved, Beatrice's witch illusion ended. Most likely, no one in this room would have been capable of understanding her tragic resolve. She herself was probably the only one who could. As long as the many selves inside her understood, that was enough. Let me read that again. And now the people that solved this riddle had reached this room. So her role was finished. When the epitaph's riddle was solved, Beatrice's witch illusion ended. Most likely, no one in this room would have been capable of understanding her tragic resolve. She herself was probably the only one who could. As long as the many cells inside her body understood, that was enough. Wow. Wow, her tragic resolve. She's the only one who understands. Man, wow. It is very sad, man. Her life is so tortured and sad. She has to have a happy ending in some way, right? I hope so anyways. Or it's what Lambda Delta said. There's absolutely no way she can win or whatever the fuck. I am one yet many, that fucking line. I entrusted myself to the magical roulette of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards, known as the ritual of the epitaph, have shown me. Beatrice is now dead. They did not kill her. I killed her myself, in accordance with fate's commands. They will never understand, for all eternity. How lonely does she feel right now? Man, I bet she feels so goddamn lonely, but... The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked as though she had suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress and shook out some sort of card. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress.
そうそう。忘れていました。私に死に銭など必要はありませんので。これも皆さんにお渡しします。
キャッシュカード
黄金の一部を現金化していました。それが入っている口座です。
なるほどな。黄金の魔女のまさに魔法エネルギーっちゅうわけやな。
いくら入っているんだね。
詳しくは忘れました。
So this is how, at the end of fucking in episode 4, so this is how everyone got like a vast amount of money. Kumasawa! Nanjo! I think Genji, I don't remember if there was a part of Genji's family. And Anji. Wow, dude. Holy fuck.
でも、10億以上は入っています。
10億? そりゃ確かに魔法だぜ。
Look at these fuckers. Man, they have everything handed to them right now on a silver platter.
そうね。
Well, I mean, they not handed to them because they solved an epitaph, but still, they get so much shit right now.
できないことはないでしょうからね。
そうですね。人間の半魔法の毒素に最も強い唯一の魔法がこの黄金の魔法。ある意味このカードはインゴットよりも強い力を持つかもしれませんね。
まったくだね。
Wow, what a way to
イ
put
ンゴ
it.
ットより現金の方が喜ばれるものだ。
どうぞ。私にはもはや
The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card with 1 billion yen on it? The mountain of gold, the device for blowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen. There's so much going on. All of these surpass their understanding. I mean, I don't blame them. Imagine having all of this just thrown upon you one day while you're drowning. You're in need of money. So, not even just that, but just in life. So, no one could bring themselves to take it. Ava?
気に入らないわ。
何がですか？
黄金の山を、はいどうぞ。爆弾も解除します。10億のカードもどうぞ。話がうますぎて気持ち悪いのよ。あんた、何か私たちを騙そうって企んでるんじゃないでしょうね。
騙す気もありませんが、信じろとも言いません。私は全てを差し出し、全てを明かしています。何を信じ、どうしようと、それはもう、新しい黄金の主である皆さんが決めることです。私の言うことを何も信じず、この場を立ち去ることさえ皆さんの自由です。
エヴァ、彼女が嘘を言っているとは思えんね。
なんでそうだってわかるのよ。こいつの余裕が気に入らないのよ。まるでもう全てに勝利したかのようだわ。
Right. I mean, I'm not too... Like, I understand why she would be a little apprehensive at this. Shocked,
今ふ
scared.
と思ったの。爆弾のスイッチとかいうの、オンとオフが逆じゃないの？それ
That wouldn't make any sense because if she... Why would... She would have no reason to lie because if... Like, the only reason you're doubting her is because she told you about it, but if she really wanted you all to die, then she would have just done it beforehand, or just done it without telling anyone anything, and, like, you know what I'm saying?
さっきその女は爆弾を解除すると言ってそのスイッチをいじったわ。実はその時スイッチを入れたんじゃないの？あんたは私たちに謎を解かれたんで、私たちごと全てを吹き飛ばすために爆弾のスイッチをオンにしたんじゃないの？
She's so angry.
そうお思いでしたら、どうぞその時計のスイッチを入れてください。
Uh-oh.
あと1分で24時。
Uh-oh.
真実は時計が教えてくれます。
Oh, fuck no.
なんですって？
おい、どうすんだよ。
Oh, fuck. This is another bad ending,
今
isn't
爆
it?
弾はオンなのかオフなのか？
彼女が嘘を言ってるとは思えん。今が解除だ。押すべきではない。
でも気に入らないのよ。なんでこんなに素直なのこいつ。
Well, she doesn't know her
なんで
backstory,
こう
that's
は
why.
いどうぞはいどうぞってなるの？こいつは私たちを騙して時間を稼いでるのよ。24時になるまで時間を稼いで私たちを道連れにするつもりだわ。
Listen, this bitch is freaking out so much, and all it's doing is throwing fuel on the fire of confusion, and they're gonna be so fucking, they're not gonna know what to think with her throwing this into the mix. Listen, if she really wanted to do that, she could have just done it already and not said anything.
そのスイッチはどうなってるの？オンかオフか分かる形状なの？
On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Currently, it was set to the left. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. However, there was no marks in particular on either side to indicate which side was off and which side was on.
おい、白状しろ。どっちがオフなんだ？
左が今がオフです。
バカルドルフ、その女が正直に言うはずがないでしょ。逆よ、逆に決まってるわ。
No, I believe her fully.
右がオフなのよ、そうに違いない。
Listen, this bitch Ava's gonna get everyone killed. Please don't turn it.
もう時間がないわ、姉さん。
よせエヴァ、スイッチをいじるな。今がオフだ。
エヴァさん、その手を離しなさい。私
Oh
もどうかよ。
fuck.
今がオフだわ。もし私たちを爆弾で殺すつもりなら、彼女は爆弾の話を告白しなかったはずよ。
Right, that's what I'm saying. You know what? You know, oh fuck. You know what? Oh god. What if this shit blows up right now? Or what if she turns it to off and it doesn't blow up? Hold the fuck up. I would be. That's gonna be very interesting.
ベアトリーチェ、私を騙そうったって。
It's gonna be so interesting if she switches it and nothing happens. They don't get blown up.
4、3、
Oh shit. Bitch is counting down. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what's gonna happen? You know what? The expected answer is she flips it and they blow up, right? Oh shit. Oh shit, there it is. Man, I love it when they do this. But why do they zoom in so much? I never understood why. Why do we zoom in so heavily? Damn. What is gonna happen? Okay, it's to the left. The second hand of the clock ticked past midnight. October 4th ended, and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The witch's words had been proven correct. Either that or there's no bombs.
信用していただけましたか？
Oh, man, I understand that fully. You gonna slap her? With a hideous sweat-covered expression, Ava snatched the cash card away from the witch's hand.
通帳と印鑑はカードだけじゃ引き出せないわよ。
暗証番号で引き出せます。8桁です。
Don't tell me. I think I know what the pin is. 0715071169, I think? Or I forgot how that ended.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。今書くから。
Look at this bitch freaking out. Yo, wait the fuck up, bitch. Oh, shit. Ava and Kirya both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch told them. Ooh, Kirya too? Smart.
これで
Do it.
私から皆さんへ伝えること。そう私
Man, everyone's on fucking edge.
自ら何も喋りません。役目をすべて終えましたので。
This poor girl, Beatrice, man. Let's not forget the tragedy that's going on with her. After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk, which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and start talking. However, she said nothing further. The witch, who had called herself one of the dead, was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can appear in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small fragment of it could control men with its magic. In that case, how much magic power would dwell in it? If it was piled up in a mountain so high, you'd have to look up to see the top.
バカ言わないでよ、山分けよ。山分けに決まってんでしょ。
この山の半分がまず私のもので、さらに半分を4等分するという話だったのではないかね。
fuck, this is what I was worrying about, man. I was like, yo, are they really gonna be fucking true to themselves? Like, obviously, they're gonna fight over this shit. The yells of the people dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it should be split.
兄さん一人で謎が解けた？解けなかったでしょ？私たち兄弟4人で解いたのよ。4等分で当然でしょうが。卑劣な黄金の分配についてはあなたたちが提案したのではないですか。それを勝手に保護にするなんて。
Oh fuck, are they all gonna start fighting?
取引できる立場だと思ってんのか？親父が死んでることを隠してるくせに。
そうよそうよ。
Holy fuck, now it just evolved into fucking name calling. Now they're gonna fight each other.
それをうやむやにする分も全て含めてチャラにして仲良く。
Listen, you have a get out of jail free card right now.
フェアな話だと。
Not only is that morally wrong, what you did, in a way a little bit, but listen, it's very bad legally, and they're just gonna ignore that. Listen, just do it.
今すぐこの山を切り分けて自由に持って帰るがいい。2.5 トン分のインゴットが入るポケットでもお持ちならばの話だがね。それに諸君はどうやら黄金の山に惑わされてすっかり冷静な判断を失ってしまっているよ。
Look at him, he's picking that shit like this up. Okay.
どういう意味ですか、クラウス兄さん。
You're gonna have to put this on a boat and get out. How are you gonna liquidate this?
見ての通り刻まれているのは親父殿の紋章だけで正式な刻印ではない。刻印の打たれていないインゴットを諸君はどう換金するというのかね。
Damn, he's hitting them so fucking hard, dude.
それは
Listen, they're businessmen. I'm sure they can find a way. They can string some connections along, ask around.
確かにこの黄金の山には200億円の価値があるだろう。
But how are you gonna get that
し
money?
かしそれは換金を経ればの話だ。これだけの大量の刻印のない正体不明のインゴットを誰にも知られずにしかるべきレートで換金することが君たちにできるのかね。
Damn, bitch. If it was a necklace or a ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, to do that with several tons of unmarked gold that couldn't be made public would be impossible for any normal person. However, Kraus could do it. Among the several businesses associates who had been close to the family since Kindle's generation, there were some who had black market ties and sufficient financial clout. Damn, wow, are you kidding? The billion yen tied to the cash card and the golden witch had handed out was also money that had been liquidated via one of Ginzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Kraus to exchange the gold for cash. Fuck.
ようやく分かってきたかね。親父殿のことを隠していたことは謝ろう。
Damn, yo, he's playing with everyone.
君たちは優位な立場にはないのだよ。
その程度のことで優位に立ったつもり。
Yo, watch out with that gun.
なんだねその銃。
Yeah.
物騒な真似は慎みたまえ。
Look at him. He knows he holds all the fucking cards. Ava was gripping the gun so hard it looked like it might snap. The 4 guns that the witch had placed in this room were now in the hands of the relatives. Where did fucking Shannon go then? Just as the gold had led their hearts astray, it seemed that these guns had the magical power to turn their hearts to violence. Watch out, bitch. Yo, don't do anything rash. Don't kill him, even though I know you've done it before. You've killed everyone in episode 3. Finally, a scuffle arose between Ava and Kraus. Off to the side, Natsuki started arguing with Rudolph and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room filled with a cacophony of angry outbursts. Well, I guess she didn't kill them in episode 3. It was Shannon, but maybe you can make the argument that she did do it. There's a lot of mystery here. She at least shot Battler, and Battler was the detective, so he saw that. Angie's face was starting to contort with pain after being forced to watch this scene for so long. It was only natural after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives. Yes, everyone's fighting. It was painful for Leon too. Leon would have tried to intervene and calm them, if that had been possible. Hey, the gold wouldn't go anywhere. If they just took their time and thought about it calmly, they would be able to resolve this. Ava and the others had argued that they needed a lot of money before the end of the year, which was understandable. However, the billion-yen cash card would be more than enough to pay for that. With their emergency expenses taken care of, they could liquidate the gold at their leisure, then just split it amongst themselves. Sure, maybe Kraus was the only one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over the other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. It was better for the secret money to remain secret. If they wanted to get the largest portion possible, then they should all agree not to tell anyone about this gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they needed a gentleman's agreement that all of them would keep the secret. Kraus did have a slight advantage. However, it was possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and tell the world about the gold. And then, there was also the concealment of Ginzo's death to consider. Kraus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence. His advantage wasn't big enough for him to act so overbearing.
あの黄金の山に冷静さを失ってしまってる。これは大人の口論じゃない。ただの子供の喧嘩だ。こんな光景を私たちに見せて何が楽しいっての？それともこれが新しい魔女の遊びってわけ？私たちが嫌そうな顔するのをどこかで眺めててニヤニヤしてるってわけ
？By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing us this, or for what reasons. At the very least, it doesn't look as though this new tale is overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred, since Claire had gotten past all her regrets. But something's different. This tale is clearly filled with an ill will towards us. I'm sure of that much now, but I don't have a clue who could want to show us this. Who would want to show us this? Oh shit, what? Oh, yo. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Who the fuck shot who? It didn't feel like the sound of gunfire. What? After all, most people living a normal life never hear that sound. Drip, drip, drip. Did Beatrice kill herself? The sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was the sound of blood dripping down from Natsuki's right eye? The bullet had gone in through her right eye towards the back of her fucking head. Oh my. Don't fucking tell me. Please, no. Please, no, not Natsuki, man. This is such bullshit. They always treat her bad. God damn it, I fucking love her so much. Oh, the gun, which fell from Ava's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard metallic clang. As though in response to that sound, Natsuki's head slowly turned to face the ceiling. No. Natsuki, no! God, fuck.
Natsuki!
Natsuki flopped backwards. When the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower to adorn her dead face. Oh, fuck. Man, I fucking loved her. God damn. Well, Ava said that she jumped on her. Even if she did, she's too fucking emotional right now. Everyone is. Oh, fuck. Everybody's just calm. Oh, shit. Now he's got a gun. Now he's gonna put the gun. Kraus howled, raised his gun, and ran at Ava. Is this just gonna be a fucking free-for-all? Everyone is just gonna shoot each other? At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men. Holy fuck. Listen, I really hate that my girl is dead. However, this is the first time we've seen him with such passion for her, which is very sweet, and I like it in a fucking bad way. God damn, bitch, for real? He's saying that out loud? I never expected him to lose his cool like this. Oh shit, Kraus, who had just seen his wife killed before his very eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. That motherfucker's gonna kill her. He was so furious that if he He was so furious that if he had knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Ava, he might have torn her throat out. Damn, bitch. Oh, he's not gonna calm down. I wouldn't calm down, bitch. I would lose my fucking shit. What if he shoots Hideyoshi on accident? I fucking knew it, bitch. Didn't I call that shit? Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered with blood. The two of them had been fighting over the gun Kraus held, trying to push it away from themselves. When the barrel turned to point at Kraus's chin, the sneering, formless Reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its scythe once more. No fucking way. Kraus is dead? A line of blood trickled from Kraus's mouth. Don't fucking... I expected Hideyoshi to go, but Kraus is gone too? The two fell down, with Kraus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting out a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Kraus's body could cover him. No fucking way, they're both dead? Oh wow, man, this was the best possible thing that they could have done. This was the best possible fragment, and look how it turned out at the very fucking end. Well, no fucking matter. Now they have no way of fucking getting rid of this gold and turning it into cash. They're fucked. Unless they fucking sell one ingot at a time over the course of 20 fucking years. As the pair of them broke down sobbing and repeatedly claiming that it was all an accident, Rosa and the others were unable to say a thing. They just saw two people get their shit blown off. The witch also watched the scene, but said nothing and appeared to be completely disinterested. You're always bullying her. You think she's gonna follow you? Oh, come on, stop being such a bitch. Listen, hey, all that being a bitch is gonna bite you in the ass right now. Damn! Oh shit! Yo, listen, Ava, all that Bakarosa shit biting you in the ass, all that shit talking, looking at her as the youngest and just ignoring her feelings and everything. Dude, tell me why I know they're gonna do this. They're playing it. They are playing the fucking safe game. Damn. Yo, they just made enemies of them. Rosa and Rudolph's gazes looks very cold and indifferent to Ava and her husband. Holy shit.
森や。森に行って行方不明になったとか言って時間を稼ぐんや。
そんなのでごまかしきれるわけないでしょ。警察が森中を捜索するわよ。そもそもあの未開の森にどうして2人が出かけるのよ。
How many words was saying that with Ginzo?
すぐに不審に思われるわよ。騙し通せるわけないわ。
大丈夫や。ここに死体を隠せば誰にも見つからん。みんなで知らんぷりをすればごまかせる。
What if you just blow up the islands? That's an idea. Oh, wait.
警察をごまかせるわけないわ。遺産問題で揉める親族会議兄さん夫婦が深夜に触って失踪なんて、警察が簡単に行方不明で済ましてくれるわけない。
Damn, Rosa.
いい案を思いついたわ。
It's obvious, right? I pointed out what they're gonna do. The clock. Though Ava had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arm suddenly felt as though the strings had been cut. They say that so much.
何か思いついたか。
事故よ。事故に見せかければいいのよ。
アホ抜かせ。
Oh, never mind. An accident?
事故ってなんや。二人の死体にははっきり銃創が残っとるんやで。火事に見せかけて焼いたって銃で死んだとバレバレや。
火事？そんなのじゃダメよ。もっと大きな事故じゃなきゃ。
Yes. It's very obvious what they're getting at. What she's getting at. The clock. Damn. Ava slowly walked forward, tapped on it, and spoke.
爆発事故よ。死体が跡形も残らない事故が起こればいいのよ。
Well, you have exactly 24 hours to do whatever you need to do. As she played with the switch that could cause an automatic explosion at midnight, Ava spun around to face them, a crazed expression on her face. Look at her, she's happy, bitch. It was truly a mad inspiration. She's going crazy from the fucking money. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for midnight, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the mansion without a trace and the island. There wouldn't even be remnants of the corpses. There would be no way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion. And the police, everyone, they won't even know what the fuck happened.
それが明日の夜、偶然何かの拍子に間違って爆発してしまうのよ。そう、これは事故、爆発事故。どう？絶対に警察にはわからない。これならごまかす。二人の死体をごまかせる。
ねえ、バカな。
Yo, he's getting freaked out by her. Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to repudiate Ava's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would all be muddled. They could make it look as though Kraus and Natsuki had died in an explosion accident.
完璧だ。完璧よ。兄さんたちが死んだのだって事故だもの。もう一つ事故が起こるだけの話だわ。ねえ、そうでしょ、あんたたち。筋書きは適当に考えるわ。とにかく私たちはたまたま明日の夜、隠し屋敷にいた。そこで偶然爆発事故が起こって難を逃れた。そういう筋書きにすればいいのよ。
何をどういう筋書きにするつもりよ。クラウス兄さんと夏希姉さんだけを残して、残り全員が隠し屋敷に行っていて、
私たちだけが都合よく難を逃れるの一体どういう筋書きよ。俺はこれから考えるって言ってるでしょ、バカローザ。
Jesus, bitch.
何でもいいのよ。口裏さえ合わせればどうにでもなるのよ。考えてるわよ。あんたたちも考えなさいよ。誰か考えて。
落ち着くんやエヴァ。わしも考える。みんなも考えとる。必ずうまくいくんや。思いつくんや。お前だけに背負わせとるわけないで。みんなで背負うんやで。大丈夫大丈夫や。必ずうまい言い訳が思いつくんや。
それはどんな言い訳なの？クラウス兄さんと夏日姉さんの2人だけを屋敷に残して私たちと子供たちとあと
Listen, you're pressing her a little too much. Don't make her fucking aim that gun at you
み
too.
んなで隠し屋敷で夜を過ごすというどういう言い訳なの？うまい言い訳があるわけがない。めちゃくちゃだわ。そのめちゃくちゃを考えるのが私たちの仕事でしょ。何を他人面してんのよ。
It's very obvious
あんたた
why.
ちも考えてよ。考えなさいよ。姉さん
Oh shit, look at that. Look at her face.
島を吹き飛ばしたらこの黄金はどうなるの？それは
Damn, I've never seen Rosa like this.
私たちがやっと200億の黄金を手に入れたのにそれをメスメス吹き飛ばすつもり。そんなの運べばいいじゃない。運べば。
20 tons?
爆発は明日の24時。
At most, you could probably carry, I don't know, 50? I mean, people carry 50 pounds of fertilizer easy, but that's, oh no.
みんなで運べばなんとか。10トンあるのよ。
Damn, I'm obsessed with her face right now.
一体どの程度の量をたったの1日で島の反対側まで通じる長い地下道を徒歩で往復して運ぶっていうのよ。
Listen, I mean, personally, I would be so full of adrenaline, I could take, I don't know.
これカードがあるじゃない。さっきあの女から受け取った10億円の入ったカードが。
I'm pretty sure you can get a wheelbarrow.
黄金は運べるだけ運べばいい。それを別にしても私たちには10億円の入ったカードがある。3等分しても分け前は最低3億。私たちの誰もがそれで十分に金策をしのげるじゃない。いや
What?
何が
Yo,
ここに
what?
こうして200億円の山があるのにどうして3億ポッチで納得しなきゃいけないのよ。ローザー
She's just making it difficult. Ava's face twisted in anguish and was met by Rosa's look of cold unconcern.
クラウス兄さんたちの取り分を除いたとしても私たちの取り分は1人50億。カードの3億を抜いて残りは47億。それを姉さんが私に払えるって言うならこの黄金の山は好きにしてくれていいわ。
Are you kidding?
あんた何をシャーシャーと協力する気はないの？姉さん頭を冷静にして聞いてちょうだい。私も姉さん
Dude, where did Rosa get these big balls, or should I say ovaries?
何よ。素直に警察に取っ組み合いの末銃が暴発した。
What?
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。私は嫌よ警察なんて。さすがに事件がここで起こったとは言いたくないわね。警察に黄金が見つかっちゃう。そうね、バラ庭園なんてどう？雨が降った時から現場検証で矛盾が発見されなくていいかもしれない。どういう経緯で雨のバラ庭園で銃を持った兄さんたちと取っ組み合いになったかについてはそれこそ自分たちの罪を隠したいからって私たちとその取り分まで巻き込まない。
Listen, it is so obvious that it will never work. Damn, I gotta respect it, man. I gotta respect it. You know what? We hated Rosa for a large portion of the game. I loved her at first, and then I kind of hated her a little bit because of how she is with my girl Maria. But damn, she got the ovaries to say some shit like this.
別に何十年も食らい込むわけじゃない。だって事故なんでしょ。ほんの数年で出てこられるの。罪を償って綺麗になって戻ってきたら姉さんの分の黄金50億を好きにすればいい。嫌よ、絶対に嫌よ。
Well, you know what they if you're going at it with that, they can actually bail her out with that card. And they could just come back and have all that gold. If you're looking at it that way, I don't know if that is realistic or what, but I guess that's an idea.
うちの人の会社はどうなるのよ。別にいいじゃない、会社なんて。
Yeah, the company means jack shit. You have all the money you need here.
もあるんだから。もう働くのもバカバカしいんじゃない。
You could do anything. Rosa had never intended to go along with the idea Ava proposed. As far as the size of each person's portion went, no one had anything to gain from an explosion accident. By doing that, they could conceal Krause's and Natsuhi's deaths. There was no other reason to do it. From Rosa's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess to their crimes without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted to do was to change the crime scene from here to a different place. Right, she's thinking about it on her own. Yeah, her, Rudolph, Kirie, they have nothing to do with any of this. But where's Genji and all of them? However, Ava didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million. That is a huge decrease. But even that was more than enough to cover the amount she had been trying to wring out of Krause in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. Yeah, I mean, you can't really use that money if you're locked up. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Ava and her husband had worked so long to build, those were things that couldn't be brought back with money. Or maybe they can. I mean, 5 billion. So she wanted to hide Krause and Natsuki's death, even if it meant blowing up all 4.7 billion yen worth of her gold. But from Rose's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense. Yo, this is just a repeat of episode 3.
言い訳がますます難しくなるわよ。それどころかクラウス兄さんたちのことも事故とは言い難くなるんじゃないかしら。3人もの死に関わったらかなりの大事件だよ。おそらく求刑は死刑。妥当なところで無期懲役。
I think they'll seek that for even for one. I know in Japan they don't take any. They are no fucking nonsense with the crimes over there, bitch. A murder? Oh, you're getting fucked up. I think they fuck you up worse over there than they do here where I live in Texas. And here they fuck you up, bitch.
おとなしく自首しなさい。そうすれば不幸な事故がたまたま重なったことで済ませられる。無論。 ケイトに大したことはない。ジョージ君のことは安心して。
What? You're gonna bring him up? You're just gonna fire her up even more?
姉さんの取り分の50億はきっちり手つかずに残しておいて。
No, you're gonna, dude. She's gonna kill the shit out of you if you keep opening your fucking mouth like that. Ava ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew should have been shaking and obeying her commands, but she's not. And yet, Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, no, that slight smile, was the one that Ava had never seen before. She's seeing a whole new person. Yeah, look at her, how she keeps talking, now she's smiling? Financial strategy!
そう思えばお勤めも楽しくなるんじゃない？
Wow!
その間に私たちの取り分も取って逃げる気よ。
Oh, is she considering it? Oh, what?
あんたの男がそうしたようにね。
Wow, you absolute bitch! You absolute bitch! Bringing that up?
うちの人のことは関係ないでしょ。私は逃げないわよ。お金を持ち逃げなんて絶対に。
Wow.
絶対にしないわよ。
Oh, she hit her right where it fucking hurts. No, they're just gonna fucking kill each other. Rosa's once stony expression was filled with rage. The two howling people pointed their guns at each other, shouting insults at each other. You could smell the gold room's reaper slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death filled the room. Yo, they're just gonna slaughter each other, man. I'm fucking telling you. Oh, you're fucking no. There it is, man. They're just gonna fucking shoot each other to death one by one. They're just gonna argue with each other until they get pissed off enough, and then they finally pull the fucking trigger. Blorb. A bubble of blood dripped from Rose. God damn it! I didn't want Rosa to die. Fuck! I loved Rosa. Then she fell over lifelessly, like a mannequin.
Eva!
Okay, she has officially... Well, she is the Black Witch.
私じゃないわよ。
No, that was you. That was you. That's the Black Witch. And she is you. Even if you think it's not.
私本当に引き金を引いてないのに。
I can't help but think that maybe they're trying to show us something, like when it comes to magic. What? No!
さっき夏日さんを撃った時弾が絡んでいたでしょ。
No fucking way! Why the fuck would you do that?
再装填してないんだからどう引き金を引いてもその銃では人は殺せない。
No fucking way, Kirie. I don't understand why she would do this. Wow. As Kirie said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and a smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. Why, Kirie? Why would you fucking kill? It hit the floor with a small metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it.
ローザさんの見込みは少し甘いわ。無国民をこれだけ大量のインゴットを換金するのなんてどれだけ大変かまるで分かってないわ。
見せ金に使っただけで後ろ宮家黄金伝説なんてのができちまうほど親父の時にだって大きな噂になったんだ。
Wow, he just used... Yes, he put it up as collateral. That's what he said.
無理さ。換金なんて。換金できねえ黄金の山なんてクソの山と同じだぜ。
10トンもの黄金が水面下で換金されていて次期当主夫婦が開始。これで目立つなという方が無理な話だわ。警察沙汰にしない方がいい。この島を吹き飛ばして証拠隠滅。インゴットに未練があるなら持てる分だけどうぞご勝手。10億のキャッシュカードだけで見返りは十分。つまりエヴァ姉さんが正しいの。
Wow, I never... No way, they're really going at it at this angle? This is what they're choosing to do? I mean, I know that gold is... But at the same time, you cannot overlook something like that. Holy shit, she really just killed Rosa like that? Dude, she is so goddamn cold.
金化してくれた10億、私たちに手に入れた唯一のお金なのよ。そして10億の山分けだけでも私たちには十分すぎるわ。そして今ローザが死んで、その分け前はさらに増えたわ。
In saying that, what's stopping you from killing her, or her killing you, and then getting the full share?
私たちは5億ずつを持って島から出られる。
そういうことよ。黄金を換金したいなんて欲さえ捨てれば、この島で起こった全てをなかったことにできる。そういう仕掛けがここにはあるわ。
Fuck, I'm forgetting to breathe. There was no longer any reason to worry about the accidental discharges or people being shot to death on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happened between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten by the explosion accident. Holy fuck, she really did that.
自首しろですって、バカローザ！3億こっちじゃ嫌？欲の皮を突っ張らせるからよ。
Listen, bitch, you're only saying that because you're the one who would have gotten caught. So of course 300 million seems like more than enough to you. Also that... Damn, man, they are just so cold to each other.
撃つ必要はあったの？だってローザさんだって銃を撃ってないんだよ。
それはどういう意味でか？
あなたたちの足元に落ちているクラウス兄さんの銃とエヴァ姉さんの銃、どちらも発砲済みだわ。でもローザさんの銃は引き金を引くだけで弾が撃ててしまう。レバーアクションは慣れないとリロード難しいのよ。素人じゃなかなかできないわ。
綺麗さ。何の話？
あんた！
I fucking called it. They finally realized what Kiria meant. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew she was gonna pull this shit. Rosa had the only gun that could still fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we realize sooner? We should have realized that there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island. Ava and Hideyoshi hurried to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. At the same time, fire spat from Kiria's gun once more. Of course they will take Ava out. Of fucking course. Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched at his chest, and fell over face down. I thought she was gonna shoot Ava first because obviously she is way more quick to the draw than Hideyoshi would be. Dude, what a fucking change. Ava fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from old westerns. But something seemed to be caught, and the still open lever didn't budge. Kiria finished reloading with a fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent and sure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. Wow, man. Holy fuck. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet called Ava slumped down to the floor, as though all her strings had been cut. How many times am I gonna say that now? Fuck. The cash card with 1 billion yen, which Ava had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was worth more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold had skewed everyone's sense of value. People could kill over a few million, and this was a billion. 10 billion.
3億ポッチ。あんた欲をかきすぎだわ。
違いねえ。お、ラッキーだぜ。
Damn, and look at how this greed is killing. Like Rudolph is not feeling anything. Giddy, I kind of see it, but even though she has known them for a couple years now, a little bit, they feel nothing. As Rudolph walked up to Ava's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up.
畳んじまって余生はのんびり南国で過ごすかな。
どうせすぐ飽きるわ。それに私トラブルで苦悩したり、それを乗り越えて無邪気に喜んだりしてるあなたが好きなんだもの。
言うね。
ありがとう、黄金の魔女さん。この10億は私とルドルフさんで有効に使わせてもらうわ。
Wow.
クラウス兄さんはあんたを紳士的に扱うと約束したわ。でも私はそんな約束をしていない。
She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, blood trickled from the witch's mouth and she fell over onto the bed. Wow, this is how this fragment is, and this was crazy. Once again, Kiria ejected the used shell casing. The four metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold. They did. Or they do. I mean, the shells, I
頭の
mean.
回転の鈍い奴らだわ。爆弾の仕掛けを聞いたとき、この島から全ての仲良しごっこが消え去ったことに気づけなかったなんて。
悪いな、兄貴、姉貴、ローザ。
I'm sure you're sorry.
たまたまの成り行きだ。勘弁
That's how the cookies crumbles. Cut me a break. Listen, dude, you killed your whole fucking family, so pretty much, as of now.
俺がひょいっと漁夫の利をさらう。昔からのお約束じゃねえか。ね。
At the start, Rudolph and Kirie hadn't planned to kill everyone and take everything for themselves. Kirie had quickly realized by the size of the gun in her hand that it would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, both Kirie and Rudolph knew a lot about these guns. Rudolph, who had gotten his interest in old-style Western guns from his father, owned a shotgun of a similar design. Since Kirie had the same skill at handling firearms, they both knew enough about these guns to enjoy shooting together. Including the witch, there had been 8 people here. 6 people besides the 2 of them. Dude, you know what's funny? I was gonna say, what if 6 of them die right now and the first epitaph is still concluded? Each gun held 5 rounds. That was one short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone.
兄貴たちが取っ組み合いをして暴発が起こった時には正直驚いたぜ。
That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. It wasn't the second shot. The very first shot, which had accidentally killed Natsuki, had guaranteed the result of this massacre. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the 2 of them wore easygoing smiles, hardly any different from the ones they usually wore.
どうする？これが。
Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun. Then, he fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the old shell with a smooth motion like Kirie's. Kirie went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few and loaded them one after another into her gun.
爆弾のスイッチをオンに。そしたらあとは24時間を待つだけよ。
朝になれば姿が見えないと騒ぎになるぞ。
騒がせた。
そう。バブルだぞ。
あなたの子供？私の子供じゃない。
Wow, what is he gonna say?
あん んなに懐いてたじゃねえか。あいつお前のこと尊敬してるんだぞ。
じゃあうまいこと言いくるめる言い訳を考えてね。私はエンジェルのことを考え、あなたはバトラ君のことを考える。公平でしょ。
I was just about to think, what if they fire at each other?
私自分の子供には優しいけれど、アスムさんの子供にまで優しくするの結構大変なの。
Wow. So it's all coming out. Kiria's voice had grown cold. Kiria had acted warmly towards Battler because that had been the adult thing to do. No, don't, man, that's gonna make me feel upset. He was Rudolph's son, so she just tried to avoid being unkind. But underneath, he was the son of Asumu, the woman whose death had done nothing to quell the hate Kiria harbored towards her. Now that she had given birth to Anji and finally built up a new family, was Battler's return really such a happy thing for her?
腹をくくってここまで来た。10億をつかむか死ぬかだけよ。バトラ君が納得しなかったら悪いけれどそれまでよ。
脅かすなよ。任せろって。うまいこと丸め込んでやるから。
せいぜいしっかりね。バトラ君が事故で亡くなったと聞いたらきっとエンジェも悲しむ。
You have no idea.
手始めにどうする？
朝を待って得になることはないわ。今が最適よ。
やれ、一服する暇もなしかよ。
テスト？何をする気だよ。この時間に？今から？
Oh fuck. Battler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said at this time of night, George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but they couldn't understand what this test was all about.
わかったよ。変わるぜ。ジョージの兄貴に。
Oh god, what are they gonna say to Jessica and George? Oh hey, your parents are dead. You're gonna live with us and you're not gonna question anything. And if you don't, okay, we're just gonna shoot you dead.
もしもし、変わりました。ジョージです。
Oh fuck, what are they gonna say, man? What is gonna be spoken here?
おう、ジョージ君が。こんな時間にすまねえな。
Dude, it's gonna go so crazy.
寝てたわけじゃねえだろ。みんなでいろいろ盛り上がってたんだろ。
そんなところで。
No, he wants to call Battler over, and then when they're asleep, he's gonna go over and shoot him dead. That's just theory. Man, look, man, they isn't there a saying that money poisons the heart? Look at what it's done.
バトラ君はテストとか言ってました。
ああ、親父にも困ったもんさ。さっき唐突に上から降りてきてな。いろいろあった挙句、どの孫が次の当主にふさわしいかなんて話に急になっちまったよ。
次期当主はクラウスおじさん。
俺たち4人はみんな次期当主失格だとよ。それで俺たち親をすっ飛ばして孫から次期当主を選ぶなんて話になっちまったわけさ。急な話で俺たちも大いに荒れてる。向こうで兄貴たちはケンケンガクガクやってるさ。兄貴の金切り声が受話器越しにも聞こえねえか。
おじい様がおっしゃることだから仕方がない。
Wow. I have a feeling that he's seeing through this.
ジェシカちゃんから順に一人ずつ呼び出しがあるさ。
No fucking way! This is actually what they actually did in episode 4.
ちょっと待って。 ああ、もしもし。トップバッターはジョージ君とジェシカちゃんだそうだ。ジェシカちゃんは屋敷の客前。
No
ジョージ君は
way.
礼拝堂の前まで行ってほしいそうだ。
いきなりのことで心の準備が全くありません。テストって何ですか？
親父のやつめ、おかしなクイズみたいなものを作ったみたいだ。
Damn, the crazy thing is that this is actually what did happen before in an earlier episode.
みたいな沈問らしいぜ。
Yo, could what I said be right? That this is an amalgamation, an accumulation of pretty much every episode that's happened before in a way? Not like a bunch of things, but maybe some small stuff. Like that is what happened in episode 4. Of course, George felt as though something wasn't right. However, Ginzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even this strange test seemed plausible once he heard that it was a sudden idea of Ginzo's. But even in that case, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? Like an interview, this should just have to wait in the reception room and go when they were called. Yeah, this is like when you think about it very like for more than a second, it makes sense. If Ginzo's the one that wants to test us, how can he test us at two places at once? Why would two people be called to a different place at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make any sense, which made George feel as though he was missing something. Yeah,
しかし、
Rudolph.
なんだってジョージ君は礼拝堂前なんだろうな。じいさん、特に要望して。よくはわからねえが、二人きりで話したいことがあるそうだ。
おじいさまが僕に
何の話だろうな。ジョージ君は孫の中で一番優秀だからね。何か特に話したいことでもあるんじゃねえか。ま、とにかくそういうわけだ。すぐに移動してくれ。礼拝堂の方には俺も行くことになる。さっさと済ませようぜ。お互い風邪をひいちまう。
そうですか。わかりました。では僕は礼拝堂の前に、ジェシカちゃんは客に。はい、それでは後ほど。
Just what sort of test, what sort of private conversation could Ginzo want to have at this time of night? Well, he wouldn't because he's not alive, but you don't know that yet. However, it was a well-known fact that Ginzo didn't have very long to live. It was conceivable that he had some last words for each of his individual descendants. Inside George's mind, the faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by curiosity and a desire to meet Ginzo directly and hear the details. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others. Damn, bitch. Holy shit.
おじい様が僕たち全員に何かのテストをしたいと言ってる。
テスト？
何年かぶりに書斎から出てきたと思ったらこんな時間にテストごっこかよ。ったくじいさんね、何を考えてやがんだ。
それに関しては僕たちの親も同感のようで、かなり揉めてるみたいだ。ま、揉めたところでじいさまに勝てないんだろうけどな。そういうことだね。仕方がない。当主様の命令だからね。従おう。まず最初は僕とジェシカちゃんが呼ばれてる。僕は礼拝堂へ、ジェシカちゃんはお屋敷の客前だそうだ。俺とマリアは追って連絡があると思うよ。ここで待ってて。
真夜中のテストなんだろう。どんなテストだろう。クイズ？パズル？マリア、狼と羊のパズルなら得意。
Wow, what a fucking callback, a wolf and sheep's puzzle. You know what, I kind of forgot the particulars, but isn't it like if you have more wolves than sheep, the sheep will get devoured? But what happens if you have the equal amount of wolves and sheep? They still get devoured, right? Maria, who was now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight
じゃ
test.
あ俺たちは留守番してるぜ。 じゃあ行ってくるよ。もう待ってるみたいだし。
Oh no, they don't even know what's waiting for them.
ま、私には好都合だぜ。誰かに押し付けるチャンス。
マリア、次期当主になる。なりたいなりたい。
I wouldn't mind it if she became the successor. Honestly, I
マリアが
wouldn't.
次期当主ってのも悪くねえぜ。
Or George, or Jessica, anyone really.
じゃあね。
But I feel like George or Maria, one of them two.
また後で。
Just right now, I'm thinking maybe one of them deserves it more than the other two. Or it would be more fitting, I guess. Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up.
さて、
Okay,
これは礼拝堂前か。
so he's okay.
冷えそうだな。ゴーダさん、
Goda?
戻ってきたら熱いコーヒーの用意を頼むぜ。
No fucking way, dude. And I was thinking about the servants. So where's Genji? Kumasawa. They would go along with this because they go along with anything the heads say. And there, Kirie and Rudolph, they are both the acting head at the same time. Next to Rudolph, Goda was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, its pages were stained with blood, and there was no need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful end.
どう？
Yo, they are the killers.
いい脚本だったでしょ。
Look at the killers.
ああ、親父に感謝だぜ。親父の気まぐれってことにしときゃ。誰も疑いやしねえ。
Those who remain will tear apart the two who are close. Here, fucking Jessica and George. Yo, they're following the epitaph. First it was the six down there.
じゃあ手分けしていきましょう。
And now this? Yo, wait, am I tripping or is this like slight hints of blood?
私はジェシカちゃん。あなたはジョージ君。
おう、手際よく済ませて、のんびりコーヒーでも進むぜ。
大丈夫かな。今頃になって両親の家族。
This is what I'm thinking. They need each other right now to complete this, to kill everyone else, and at the very end, they're gonna kill each other. And what if they shoot each other at the same time? No one gets the gold. Kirie smiled coldly, the money. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kirie had chosen to have her husband work separately, so she can like kind of test his courage, I guess. She wanted to measure, yeah, there it is, measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty and Rudolph just watched, his heart would not be as dedicated to this venture. Right, and he would be able to easily blame Kirie for everything and not dirty his consciousness at all. By having him dirty his own hands, yep, there it is. She could make him truly determined to see things through. This thing through. Kirie understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes, but then he just shrugged and answered her question.
当たり前だろ。10億の金が手に入るかどうかの瀬戸際にいるんだ。俺も男だぜ。人生に二度とないチャンス。これに振るつもりはねえぜ。
Hey, what's the saying? Opportunity only knocks once.
それでこそルドルフさんね。私はここ一番のチャンスを逃さない人ですから。そんなあなた、私が好きになったのね。
おう、嬉しいぜ。
Fuck.
ルドルフさん。
なんだ。
ずっと。
え？なんだ。
ずっと。私の好きなルドルフさん。
What is going on with Kirie?
当然だろ。俺がいつお前を失望させたよ。
Out of everyone, she's the only person who has the least amount of connection towards everyone else.
支配を上げる時のシャンパ 単な銘柄でも迷っておったんだ。
そうするわ。いい？バトラ君が大事なら礼拝堂前でジョージ君をやっちゃダメよ。死体を見つけられたら面倒でしょ。
ああ、分かってる。その辺にうまく誘い出す。雨の屋外だ。
Listen, you're a grown man. You can probably just shoot him and then drag him away.
どうとでもなるさ。
Or if you go into the chapel, just drag him inside. I'm sure there's multiple rooms
西
and
部
blind
劇は
spots in
悪
there.
役じゃないんだからね。メイドの土産とか最後に言い残すことはあってそんなことやっちゃダメよ。
She is trying to cover every single base that she can. Gideon lifted up her gun again and pulled on the lever to eject the casing from the bullet she had killed Golda with. Oh, she killed Golda. Why do I feel like they don't trust each other? Ooh, what's going on here? We're going back down there. One of them is still alive? No way, man. They were really that bad? That inept. Ava was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed the side of her head and missed. Yeah, fucking right. This is just plot convenience. She hadn't been playing dead. She really thought she had been shot. When Kirya's gun spat fire, Ava felt something swift and fierce scrape past her head, before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then later on, she woke up in the now silent room of the Golds. The corpse of her beloved husband lay beside her. Damn, wild card, dude. The drama, bitch. Along with the corpses of Kraus, Natsuki, and Rosa. It was a room of death and piled up bodies. When she had cried all she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do. She's gonna kill fucking Rudolph, yo, and they're going to the fucking chapel, which is right next to where the fucking gold room is. They're trying to use the bomb to blow up everything and bury this whole island with an explosion accident. Bury. Ava checked the clock and was proven right. As expected, the switch was set to the right, which meant it was active. Ava moved to flip it to the left and stopped. That's right. As long as the switch points to the right, everything that happens on this island will disappear into a night of illusions. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away. When she looked at the table with a box of bullets, she saw signs that they had grabbed several large handfuls of bullets from the box. It clearly showed that they planned to use that many bullets. I have to fight, if only to protect just the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I was shot is stuck with the lever handle open. No matter how hard I pull, I won't open any further, and it won't close again. A bullet must have gotten jammed and broken it, just as Kirya said. Loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. In Hideyoshi's hand was Kraus's gun, which he had been trying to pick up. Ava took it, prayed to her husband one more time, and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, the golden casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clang. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded. Man, I love this song. Isn't this the song that they played at the very end of episode 1? When Natsuki ran to face Beatrice?
そんなことだろうと思ったわ。私にとって一番胸くその悪いゲームを見せて嘲笑ってやろうって魂胆ね。
Well, they're doing a fucking shit job at it because you're not freaking out at all. In the game so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now was that Rudolph and Kirie were those suspects. However, that was the most aggravating development possible for Angie. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. They had been lucky enough to solve the epitaph, which was the only miracle that could lead to a game with no victims. How ironic that they were unable to prevent the tragedy. It's that greed, man. They got no appreciation, no love. Does this mean that we weren't allowed to have a future where we all happily return from this island alive? Even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs. Well, I mean, no, don't believe that. They're just trying to break your spirits, whoever the fuck is showing you this. Burn, ow, whoever. There will be absolutely no miracles. I find it funny you're using the word miracle. I recall those words, which I had heard in one of the fragments Bern Castell had showed me.
ベルン・カステルさん、あなたは私にこの世界の素晴らしさを教えてくれた。そんなあなたがエンジェを傷つけるためだけにこんな物語を紡ぐとは信じたくない。ゲームマスターがあなたであることはもう私にも分かっているんです。教えてください。どうしてあなたはこんなゲームを私たちに見せるんです。
That's what I'm wondering. I don't really see what does she have to gain here? Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock Angie continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore. Well, if that's the case, then why are you here as well?
好きに最悪のゲームを繰り広げればいい。猫箱の中の無限の可能性の中の一つだと言いたいんでしょ。好きになさいよ、好きに。私はこんなことではくじけない。1986年10月5日の真実をいつか必ず暴いてやるんだから。
Wow, she'll open the cat box no matter what. Okay, I love that resolve on her. After meeting Kirie in the parlor, Jessica was told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kirie there. Why?
キリエおばさん。すぐに来るわよ。そこに座って。
They're gonna fight, aren't they? Jessica sat in that chair, looking nervous and agitated. Kirie was by far the calmer of the two. Kirie closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. No! Jessica was facing the other way, so she saw nothing.
キリエおばさんは聞いているんですか？どんなテストか。
ええ、すぐに終わる。
そうだといいんですけどね。
As she complained, Jessica turned her head around, and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Damn, at point blank range? Yo, she's gonna completely blow her head off her fucking shoulders, depending on the caliber of that gun.
ルドルフおじさん、何をするんですか？
後ろから撃つのはどうにも性に合わに。
Wow. Damn, man, this is so disgusting. Look at them. They hold so much trust. They're not at fault for any of this shit.
銃口を向けて引き金を引くってのは他に何の真似があるってんだ。
Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. No! No! I don't want to see my fucking boy George like this! Yo, this is a fucking terrible drawing! Holy shit, I can actually see the betrayal on his fucking face! The sadness, the anguish! As the sound of gunfire thundered through the rain, George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees. Man, look at this shit, man. The fucking greed on their part.
やっ ぱり狙いより下にずれるぜ。
What do you mean it shoots slow?
誰か
No.
助けて。ルドルフおじさんが。
Oh fuck, I feel bad for my boy. Look at him. Fucking Ava's gonna show up right now. George started summoning away, still clutching at his side. His voice, as he called for help, was weak and thin. Behind him, Rudolph looked perfectly calm as he fiddled with his gun and inspected the sights. A gouging pain in George's side tormented him. It was so painful that he could barely stand or walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down, trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. Damn, is this the end of the road for him? George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had thought it strange the whole time. Of course, it was strange that he should be called out to a place like this at a time like this. And yet, how could he have guessed that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was calling for him from the family conference. How could he have gone suspicious?
悪いな、ジョージ。聞いていいか。これなら早くから脳天をズドンとやった方が気があった。
Damn. What a nice thing to say. At least he's considerate like that. Oh no, this is very sad, man. I didn't expect to see him cry like this, dude. Oh. Oh, God, you driving the knife in. Driving the knife into me. With a quick use of the lever handle, he loaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's side fell heartlessly in front of him. Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him and that he showed no trace of hesitation. He gone fucking crazy, bitch! The image George had of Rudolph as the ideal, cool, joke-loving adult didn't match up with the Rudolph standing in front of him holding a gun. He turned into the witch. No, maybe it didn't fit because it fit too well. Even though there was a gun in his hand, Rudolph had a huge smile on his face as though he was about to tell some hilarious joke. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him feel unimaginably sad and tears flowed from his eyes. Oh, wow. No, yes! Biting down the pain at his side and summoning the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced George's chest. George twisted and fell as blood gushed from the wound. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. The frigid gun was pressed harshly against his temple. No. Wow, man, that gold, all that really drove these fuckers crazy. Yeah, there he is. He said it himself. Blinded by money. The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifeless. After Rudolph saw the last glimmer of his life leave him, he let out a deeply exhausted sigh he'd been holding back for some time. Guys, I have a theory, right? I have a really simple theory. What if this is what really happened in episode 3? And this is why Ava is so hateful, so mean towards Anji. Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out. Damn, what a thing to say. He doesn't care in the slightest. Rudolph started laughing. This was probably just the thing Kiryu had hoped for. They had taken some effort to kill George, though he had been merciless, the last traces of his conscience, and Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he had killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. No, he finally understood. You're just doing it in front of him. It's just a lot more personal. I've scammed dozens of unfortunate saps and buried them in debt. Several of them probably ended up bankrupt, and some of those might have hanged themselves. Damn, Rudolph, I don't want to think you're that bad of a fucking person to do shit like that. And I always laughed, saying that it wasn't my problem. Some people actually fucking think like that too. A lot of people. That's all there is to it. The only difference now is that, for the first time, I've dealt the final blow with my own hands. Yeah, in front of them. Wow. Oh fuck. George is really dead? He's about to get shot. He's about to get shot. Ava! Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil, it was almost refreshing. Evil that still had a conscience and thinks itself good is far more repulsive to behold. If a man commits himself to an evil act, how much more pleasant and graceful it is when he is honest about his intentions. In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh truly were pleasant and graceful. Yeah, he's being honest to himself. And so, surely the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall was also refreshing. Wow, what is gonna happen there? What the fuck is gonna happen here? What's that noise? Clang. I'm guessing Jessica is beating her up. A thud. A crack, a squish. She has brass knuckles, remember that. A strange mixture of these sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. Each time, a red splash landed on the nearby dangling tablecloth.
Jessica-chan, 聞こえてる?
Never mind. Kiryu asked this with the sort of smile any aunt might make at her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose was broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out, and not only her nose, but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face, just a lump of bloody flesh. Is Kiryu a sadist? Kiryu finally, maybe this is all the pent-up rage she's been feeling her entire life. With what happened with Asumu, with, I know how her sister felt, maybe she felt the same way, suffocated by that shit. and now she's releasing all the anger she's held. Kiria finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, Kiria tossed her gun to the side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then finally, she realized that her face was covered by speckles of fresh blood.
ひどいありさまだ。服も台無しじゃない。
With a muffled laugh, Kiria shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving anymore. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was still as stone. Oh, wow.
女の顔を殴ることに関しちゃおばさんになってるの。ごめんね。抵抗しないでくれたら綺麗な死に顔にしてあげられたのにね。
Wow, holy fuck, man. It's getting so dark. Kiria pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, it just smeared it around and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of smearing blood over the tablecloth, Kiria walked over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room. Then she dialed the number for the cousin's room in the guest house.
もしもし。
Wow, dude, holy shit. Wow, I don't know. Okay, so just because she fought back, she went the extra mile of torturing her to death, pretty
今
much?
度はバトラ君の番ね。今度
No!
はバトラ君が礼拝堂前に行ってちょうだい。そう。マリアちゃんの指示は受けてない。そこで待ってて。しっかりね。バトラ君が次期当主に選ばれるよう応援してるわ。
Well, Rudolph did wrong because she said, oh, kill him in the chapel or somewhere where he wouldn't see. He killed him right outside the chapel where she said, oh, don't do it there. With the same smile as usual, at the part he wiped splashes of blood still covering her face. Kiria finished her call to battle. When she set down the receiver, there was a small knock and Rudolph came back into the room.
ひでえありさまだ。
ジェシカちゃん、思ったより反応のいい子ね。まさかあそこで払いのけられるとは思わなかったね。
Well, yeah, she's a boxer.
この仕業じゃむしろお気の毒としか言えない。夏姫さんにのいい女が台無しだぜ。
Man, I'm getting a little fucking frustrated thinking about Jessica like that. I really fucking am.
そっちは手こずらなかった？
Like she didn't. Oh man, they're. The thing is that they're being so fucking sadistic about this shit and carefree, which just like what they just said, right? I mean, it's kind of good in a way because they're owning up to it, but still, fucking poor Jessica, she didn't need that shit. None of them did.
ちょろいもんさ。
Man, if the gold never existed, if any of this shit never did, then that would be the best fragment. When Kiria heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do whatever he put his mind to, without letting cheap emotions get in the way.
愛してるね、ルドルフさん。そうでなくちゃ。
これで日当が10億出るならちょろい仕事じゃん。親父がよく言ってたぜ。男は人生で一度人を殺す覚悟を持って臨む日が訪れる。
常に相手を殺してでも生き残る覚悟を持ってよね。お父様の言葉の中で一番好きな言葉よ。
お次はどうする？俺のライフルは血を求めてるぞ。
次は大仕事よ。バトラ君の説得。
そいつは面倒だ。引き金引かずに終わりたいな。
私は気に入ってるのよ。援助と3人家族の生活。でもどうしてもそれにバトラ君を加えたいというなら頑張ってね。
おう、グーの音も言わせねえつもりだ。大丈夫。うまく騙すシナリオも用意してる。
頑張ってね。 私もできることならエンジェの大好きなお兄ちゃんが爆発事故に巻き込まれないことを願ってるわ。
分かってるさ。
Yeah, they're totally gonna fight at the end of
じゃ
this.
あ俺は礼拝堂に戻るぜ。
ルドルフさん、
なんだ？
バトラ君が納得しなかったら
分かってる。その時はズドンだ。
Wow. Will you really, man? You gotta be an extra low life. I mean, they already proved it that they're fucking low lives, right? They already proved that they're so consumed. They've gone mad with grief.
バトラ君は私との再婚に抗議して家を飛び出すくらいに行動力がある。中途半端な丸め込み方で後日に色々と騒がれて、彼は私たちの命取りになる。
分かってね。俺を信じる。
もしバトラ君が不信感を持っていると私が判断したなら、その時は私の手で殺す。私の子供じゃない。
Wow, she is making her stance fucking clear as a bell.
だからキリエ、一つだけ。いや、もしバトラーをうまく丸め込めて島から3人で
出られ
た。バトラのことを二度と私の子供じゃないみたいなことを言うな。
Wow.
お前は母なんだから頼む。
Are they being serious? I'm thinking about that theory.
いいわ。約束してあげる。
Kiria shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets.
あなたは礼拝堂へ。私はバトラ君が出て行った頃を見計らってゲストハウスの連中をすべて片付けるわ。
大丈夫か？一人で。
そっちこそ。
Look at the casual way they're talking. Battler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called to the area in front of the chapel, just like George had been. Not even half an hour had passed since the time George and Jessica had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long.
クソじじいめ。昼飯にさえ姿を出さなかったくせに、こんな時間にのこのこ現れてテストだとは恐れ入るぜ。
No, he's gonna run into fucking Ava,
引きこ
isn't
もり
he?
生活で昼夜が逆転してやがるに違いねえ。
I'm gonna call it. Wouldn't that be a crazy thing if he runs into Ava? Complaining all the way, Battler strolled off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kiria could be seen coming out from the darkness of the rose garden. Her right hand held a gun, her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master key ring she had stolen from Gola. Her right pocket had a handful of bullets. Her left held a knife she had taken from the kitchen. She was carefully and perfectly outfitted. She was a carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the swirling skies. It lit up only half of Kiria's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kiria folded up her umbrella, smiled, and spoke to no one.
ただいま、みんな。
Why would she say that? Is she pretending that all the ghosts are watching her? Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadow and was now smoking a cigarette.
あの単細胞を騙すなんて簡単なもんさ。うまくいかなきゃそれだけの話だぜ。
Oh, Rudolph, I don't believe this. You love him. You really do. Also, what? We can see the rain right here? What is the perspective in this? Oh no, never mind. He glanced over at the place he had stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. I hate cigarettes. Battler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through life as he pleases. When animals grow up, it's normal for them to leave the group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating them like kids even after they get big.
お前に土下座なんかするんじゃなかったね。お前は連れ戻して後悔してるぜ。
So you really love him that much? He puffed out those words, along with the smoke. When Battler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph had already determined to play the part of the evil murderer who kills for money. He's just gonna live up to it, right?
遅いな。まだ来ねえのか。
Maybe Ava bumped into him, like I said. At that moment, he heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. He looked up, thinking that Battler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the direction opposite of the mansion. What? Ah, so this is how it ends. Or how she shows up.
よくもうちの人を。
姉貴、生きてたのか。
Oh, bitch. Here it is.
生きてたわよ。お会いに行くね。でもうちの人はダメなんだわ。よくも。
With a face obscured by anger and tears, Ava slowly walked closer, her gun raised. She is always the most intense and passionate when it comes to out of everyone. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun, quivering with anger, was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away. As he pretended to back away, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows.
落ち着けよ兄貴。その銃を下ろせって。俺だってあんなことを望んだわけじゃない。突然のことで俺にもどうしようもなかったんだ。
いい加減なことを言わないで。
As Ava had said it, it really had been a half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought it would calm Ava's emotions before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Then, Rudolph's foot came into contact with his gun.
とにかく話をしよう。もうじきジョージ君も来るはずだ。
There's no way he can pull the trigger faster than she can. I mean, she already has the gun trained on him.
いや、ジョージ君、ここだここだ。
Rudolph waved as though George was coming from behind Ava. Let Ava's attention turn in that direction. That idiot, my simple big sister, has always been a sucker. Die! It's obvious that she shot him. Gunfire. Then, a bit later, the sound of something heavier than rain, drip dropping onto the cobblestone floor. Battler's gonna see her kill him. I'm calling it right now. I called a lot of things that didn't happen so far, but I'm calling that right fucking now.
ルドルフ、あんたの小細工なんて昔からお見通しよ。
The bullet Ava fired had struck Rudolph square in the chest. The bullet Rudolph fired. No, fuck me, what did I say? The bullet Ava fired had struck Rudolph square in the chest. The bullet Rudolph fired had missed, landing near Ava's feet.
やっぱこの銃狙いが下にずれてるぜ。
He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggering backwards, and leaned against the wall of the
ち
chapel.
げえな。悪党の弾は外れるってのが西部劇のお約束じゃねえか。
Ava dashed up to him, kicked away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar.
ジョージはどこ？ジョージは殺させないわよ。
Too late.
悪いな兄貴。もうやっちまった。
嘘よ。
向こうの茂みでやった。行けよ。すぐわかる。
Damn.
ルドルフ、あんた。
Ava, who said she had always been able to see through her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his consciousness began to fade from having been shot, were not a lie.
よくもジョージをジョージを
An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead.
撃てよ。それくらいで気は晴れねえだろうが。
A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the wall of the chapel was stained blood red. A red splash, like a crushed tomato, covered the wall behind Rudolph's head. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph slid down the wall, sat on the ground, and fell over.
George!
Ava dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed, and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A ragged, fist-sized hole had been torn open in the back of his head, exposing its contents to the open air. Inside was minced flesh and bright red jelly. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it up with a spoon, dripped from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and the hole in his head.
お父さん。
Angie clutched at her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hands with murder over money, and on top of that, he had faced such a cruel end, and Angie had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless.
ベルンカステルさん。いるんでしょう、どこかに。もうこのゲームをやめてください。何の意味もない。
As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Just appeared like that. Oh, there she is! Or perhaps she had been sitting there the whole time. Maybe we just couldn't see her until we realized she was there. It was, without a doubt, the back of Burn Castell's head. She's there viewing it with us?
うるさいわよ。静かに鑑賞できないの？
But why are we here? The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two who were yelling were the strange ones.
もうやめてください。この世界が10月4日から5日の間の閉ざされた猫箱の世界だということは私たちも理解しています。
What do you mean by that? Sealed cat box world? Aren't they all sealed cat box world? The games are like messages, or maybe more like a roundabout love letter, conveying a single message over several games. But we already understand. We know that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day cat box. Right. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That has already been revealed, and it has nothing to do with this game. Unless they're showing us the how done it.
私たちは二人とも得ているんです。
We know the why done it and the who done it. We don't know the how. Unless that's what they're trying to show us right now. At least Bird is, because she wants everything clear.
だからこれ以上このようなゲームを繰り返す理由はないはずです。もしこれがあなたと私たちのゲームだというなら、私たちはすでに答えを得ている。ゲームは終了していいはずです。
うっさいわよ、あんた。
Wow, we haven't seen her in a while.
静かにしろってベルンが言ってんでしょ。
Well, not too long, but another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around, and scolded the pair.
意味ならあるわよ。見てればわかるわ。
ゲームマスターはあなた。
違うわよ。
では誰が？まさかクレルが？見ていればわかるわ。すぐにね。
もう惨劇もクライマックスだわ。生き残るのはどっちかしら。
Burton Castel isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? But why would she? Or are there even more witches playing around with this cat box? I think it's Ow Ow. The guest house was wrapped in silence. There were no sounds. No traces of anyone's presence. No breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. There was a sound. If there was a sound, then that would be only the sound of a murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Kyria slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun. In her left hand was a knife. The knife was stained with blood, and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon's footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder. So, she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at this moment, she was nothing more than a pure and unadulterated murderer. The murderer reached the front door, and then, finally, she looked down at her blood-stained hands. The hands that carried the tools of death with which she had performed her cruel massacre. So she just got done killing Maria. I guess they didn't want to show us that one. At last, the murderer realized that she couldn't even open the door like this and threw away the knife in her left hand. Then, she placed her hand on the door, turned around calmly, and spoke.
ごめんね、みんな。でも安心してね。数日後、新聞は不幸な事故を掲載するわ。そしてあなたたちは事故の瞬間まで何も知らずに楽しく過ごしていたに違いないと新聞もニュースも噂する人々も言うでしょう。それはつまりあなたたちは10月5日の24時まで楽しく過ごしていたということ。
So said the one who had stained the guest house red.
この時間にはいとこ同士で楽しくはしゃいで夜更かしをしている。そして朝が早い使用人の人は高いびき、遅番の人は日誌でも書いて、あるいはほっと一息を入れてる頃でしょうね。そういうことなの。ここでこうしているといとこ部屋での大はしゃぎが聞こえてくるようだわ。
Humans outside the cat box would probably never understand what Kyria was saying. Only she, shut inside the cat box of the explosion accident, could understand the true meaning of her words. And I'm here too, man. I'm here to experience it. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kyria almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly, as if she'd just thought of something. Then, she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. She's washing the blood off her. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her pointing her gun? Or was she hoping that the rain could act as a shower to get the blood off her? She's having a crazed moment. That's it. Kyria stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time, it was no whim of hers.
うちの人よくも殺したわね。ああ、エヴァ姉さん、ショックだわ。あの距離で外してたの。私も驚いてる。まさか自分が生きてたなんてね。礼拝堂裏の地下階段から戻ってきたなの。ええ、 街道の前ルドルフにも会ったわ。元気そうだった？ええ、兄弟で久しぶり。仲良く語り合った。
そう、目立ちたがり屋なのにここ一番で頼りない人。やっぱりあの人は私がいないとダメだね。
Kiria had already realized that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She's being calm and collected. She's playing the calm game. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression. And when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile.
感謝する。これで本当に私が全てを独り占め。
その服に血は何？あんたゲストハウスから出てきたわね。まさか。
え、そうなの？今私殺人事件の真っ最中。
殺したの？みんなマリアちゃんまで？
生かして朝を迎える理由がないわ。朝になれば騒ぎになって面倒になる。無線で島の外に連絡したり助けを求めたりするかもしれない。だからこれが極めてベストなチェス盤をひっくり返して考える。
それだし金に目がくらんで人の命を奪うなんて。
あなただってうまいこと言ったわよ。
あれは事故よ。殺すつもりなんてなかった。あんたとは違うの。
違わない。もし銃の暴発が起こらなければあなたたちはいつまでも口論に組み合い、そうすればあなたたちも数手遅れで私と同じ答えに行き着いたは
私は殺人鬼じゃないわ。
ず。いいえ、なり損ねただけの立派な殺人鬼。エヴァ姉さんは暴発に救われただけ。あの幸運がなければ、そして私があなたより先に実行に移さなければ、あなたが私の役をやっている。それだけはあなたがいくら否定しようとも変わらない異なる未来の真実の
わけのわからないこと言わないで。
However, on the inside, Ava understood. Back then, she probably had been saved by that coincidental misfire. If the argument had continued much longer, she would surely have grown a desire to kill Kraus and the others, and might even have carried it out. Well, she has before in episode 3. But again, there's this one thing. I forgot who said it, but they said that Ava is always the only one to ever survive Rokenjima. I don't know why, but I'm gonna pretty much come up with the theory that, again, she's the only one that's gonna live through this. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep within her heart. Only the theater goers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. Yeah, and Kirie, who did not have the theater-going ability, knew this fact also. Apparently, she really was an extraordinary person. So, for some time, Ava could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun.
私にはわからない。あなたも自分のお腹を痛めて子を産んだ経験を持つ母のはず。命の尊さを知らないわけがない。
Are we gonna get a reveal here?
どうしてこれだけのことができる？
子供になって勝手にできる。
そういう話じゃないでしょ。
子は娘って言うわよね。
それが何？
子は夫をつなぎ止めておくためのかすがいなの。ルドルフさんに私のことを認めさせ、あの女から彼を取り戻すためのかすがいだった。でもルドルフさんはあなたに殺した。だったらわかるでしょ。
わかる。どういう意味？
私はもう 誰かの妻でもないし母のつもりもないということ。
Wow, that's what she's saying?
キリエ、ルドルフさんが死んだ今、後ろ宮でさえないわ。私は得になるように生きる。
Dude, she's so easily and so quickly slips she so quickly and easily changes her mind about things.
あんたの妻でもなくなったかもしれない。
Listen, I think this is what I'll say. The only thing I can say, chessboard thinking, what she created, that fully summarizes what type of person she is. That's it. Chessboard thinking.
エンジェちゃんがいるでしょ。あんたはまだ母であり続けるはずよ。
言ったでしょ、カスナイって。ルドルフさんがいなくなった今、エンジェは私の。
She cannot believe that.
それが母親が子に対して言うことなの。
エヴァ姉さん、やめましょうよ。綺麗事。
綺麗事。
私たちって子供が欲しくて結婚したの？違うでしょ。好きな男と一緒に暮らしたいから結婚したんでしょ。そして結婚したんならその男を一生手放したくないと思うでしょ。子供はそのための武器じゃない。
Wow, is that no? Damn, yo, what a fucking thought process Kiryu
そんなこと
has.
考えて子供作ったりなんかしないわよ。
そんなこと考えて子供を作ることもできるの？
Kiryu kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the falling rain. Her relaxed smile did not falter for an
エン
instant.
ジェル、ルドルフさんを縛り付けるために。
Is that really? Like, I feel like you're deluding yourself saying something like that.
子供の役割。
No way.
私にとってエンジェはルドルフさんの前で良き母を演じるときに必要な駒なの。
それをエンジェちゃんの前で言える？
さすがに気の毒だから本人には言わない。悪いお母さんを許してねとでも書いて姿を正すつもり。ローザさんとマリアちゃんを見ればわかるでしょ。ルドルフさんがいない今、エンジェなんて私を縛る鎖など。私は元のたった一人の切り絵に戻り、のんびりと余生を楽しむつもりで。新しい人生、新しい人生。ひょっとしたら新しい声もあるかもね。
That easily? You're gonna switch? You're gonna change your entire life like that?
でも人間なんだ。
She's not even gonna mourn anyone.
ちゃんの母なの。
エンジェなんかしたことじゃないわよ。あんなクソガキ。可愛いと思ったことなんて一度だもん。
Listen, I feel like they're making us, they're trying to make us hate her a little too much.
あんたって人は。
あなただってもう家族ごっこから解放されたでしょ。謳歌しましょうよ、女の自由。感謝してほしいわ。ジョージ君を殺してあげたの。
人でなしが。
Damn.
え
The witch laughing with her.
え
あんたって人は。
あんたって人は。
Damn.
あんたって人は。
あんたって人は。
Damn. And the way she threw her voice, that high pitch during the middle, just like Beatrice. Two yells, and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly, Ava fell backwards. No way. Then, she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kitty spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. They were dark red rose petals. As these rose petals sprayed from her throat, she spun around in a circle and slowly crumbled. Then, she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two women had both fired their guns and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, it was only Ava who sat back up. This bitch survived getting shot at twice. Ava hadn't been shot. Kiria instantly had made her fall backwards. No, Kiria's intensity had made her fall backwards, but the bullet had once again only grazed her. Ava cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son? When Kiria heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth, and she seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from the hole in her throat, not words. Wow, now they're right. This is the fucking worst fragment. I completely forgot she was watching too. But saying that did nothing to calm Angie's sobs. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was the culprit of a mass murderer who didn't even love her daughter. Anyone would sob after hearing that.
ベルンカステルさん、もういい加減にしてください。誰がゲームマスターだろうと知ったことじゃない。今すぐこの無意味なゲームを終わりにしてください。
When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, that wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Burn Castell's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop this game. Then, a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. Claire! There was Claire, the one who had appeared for just a second right before this cruel game began. Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looked as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a dog. Lifeless. Then, another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Burn! Oh, wow, is she gonna go up there? Under that light stood Burn Castell. At the same time, though there appeared to be no one in the audience, a large applause rang out. Burn Castell raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until the applause died down. Well, it died down a couple fucking sentences ago.
リオン、私はゲームマスターじゃないと何度言えばわかるの。では
He don't
フレルだというのですか。
Leon doesn't believe you.
そんなはずはない。そんなはずはもちろんないわ。だってクレルは死んだのに、私たちはその正義に立ち会ったはず。忘れて。ではここに立っている彼女は一体。死体よ、覚醒じゃないよ。だからもちろん中身がある。綺麗な姿で隠しているけれど、内側にはドロドロの腹渡に詰まってる。
A scythe? When Bernkastel raised her right hand, a light fell on it, and a black, shining scythe appeared there. It was a cold, merciless, and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold.
何をする気ですか。生きてはそのあがきをめでる。死んでは綿をかき出してめでる。物語は二度楽しめるのよ。それは感激の魔女という。
Wow. She's mentioned that before. Bernkastel pressed the blade of her Reaper's scythe against Claire's stomach, then slowly slid it across. She's gonna cut her open? Then, along the line she traced, Claire's dress was sliced open. It was now clear that the scythe she held was not a fake one for theatrical use, and it was clear just what she planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting.
エンジェ、私の声が聞こえる？
聞こえてるわ。私をクズ肉にしたり、本を読ませてみたり、今度は何？この最悪の物語を見せつけて私を苦しめるわけね。楽しい？ええ、楽しいでしょうね。私も楽しませてもらったわよ。これぐらいで私が音を上げると思った？あんたの悪趣味なゲームにこれ以上泣き叫んでなんかやるもんですか？
あんたもそしてリオンも二人とも勘違いをしているよ。
Okay, enlighten us,
ゲー
please.
ムマスターなんかじゃない。
Alright, you
こ
said
の物語
that.
も私が紡いだものなんかじゃない。
Okay.
じゃあそこのドレスの女がゲームマスター？
No, she said
いいえ、
she's not.
違います。そんなはずはないんです。ならゲームマスターは誰です？誰が
I
こ
mean,
の
Lamb is right
悪趣味
there.
な物語に紡いでいるんですか？
まだわからない。
何がわからないというのよ。
エンジ、あなたはわずかな奇跡に全てをかけ身を投げ出してみせた。私はその勇気に敬意を表して1986年10月4日からの2日間の世界に招いたんです。あなたの目的は何だった？家族を連れ戻す。それはとても難しいことで、奇跡に愛されなければ到底ありえないこと。それは覚悟していたのか？
覚悟の上よ。そして私はまだお兄ちゃんもお母さんもお父さんも諦めていない。
諦めないのは勝手。それはあなたのゲームだもの。私は応援しない。干渉もしない。あなたという駒を使ったゲームを私はすでに十分楽しんだし、あなたはもう私にとって用のない存在。
せいせいするわね。ならどうして私はここにいるの？招待したのはあんたじゃないの。
そうよ。招待したのは私。
Okay, you
私
invited.
の駒としてひとときを楽しませてくれた。そのお礼にね。
As her Miko?
あれ？魔女式のってわけね。楽しませてもらったわよ、この下道が。お父さんやお母さんをこんなゲームに。
エンジ、あなたは家族を連れ戻すことを願う。でも
もう一つ願っていたの。覚えてないわよ。
I don't either.
何があったかを知ること。
Oh. What happened on Rokujima on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Didn't Angie leave on her journey with Amakusa because she longed to answer that question?
そうだったわね。
それが何？
So I was right! This is the cat box open. Leon realized what Bern Castell was getting at, and because of that, Leon was too shocked to speak. The game master isn't Bern Castell or Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no game master. That could only mean one thing.
エンジまだわからないの？
何がよ。
これが真実なの。1986年10月4日からの2日間の猫箱の中身。
No!
エヴァはクワドリアンで爆発を逃れて生き残る。
I fucking called it! Number one, I called it, but number two, wow, this is tragic because then that means that this is the not the objective truth to all of the games or to everything, but the truth to what happened to. But it is completely different from what happened back then.
猫箱の中身を欲するあなたに最後の瞬間まで沈黙を貫くことで。
Wow, so that's how we're gonna explain it. Both of them being right at the same time. That is the closed cat box. This is it opened.
エヴァ一人が正解する。いくら警察が事故だと断定しても世間は納得しようとしない。
Holy shit.
そして亡き夫に会社を切り盛りしようと張り切れば張り切るほどに敵を作る。 彼女が壮大な陰謀の女王であるかのようなイメージを作り上げている。彼女の真実を語りたかったでしょうね。語ったとて証拠になる。誰も信じない真実。エヴァのことが次第に壊れていく。あなたもエヴァを拒絶。エヴァもあなたを拒絶するように。 歪み切った最後の肉親同士の感じ。愛息子の面影をあなたに重ねていくけど、ますます歪んで壊れていく。
Then, a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story, one of which told a mysterious serial murder related to the gold on Rokujima. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think up conspiracy theories. Some of those theories named Ava as the culprit, which tormented her even more. But Ava used even that to create the cat box, and until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that held the cat box shut. So, no human would ever reach the truth inside the cat box, not unless the witches who crossed the sea of fragments opened the lock. Damn. Damn. So I fucking called it, bitch. I called that shit. I called it. I did.
嘘よ。これが本当に真実だって言うなら言えるはずだわ。若き真実で。
I feel so smart for calling that shit, bitch.
言えるわけない。言えるわけがないのよ。
Girl, that's gonna torture you even more, but in a way that's gonna be. Oh, look at her.
エンジェ落ち着いて。
Angie withered with such strength that the chains on her arm and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red, gooey liquid started to seep out. It was as though cracks had opened up all over her and blood was leaking out of all of them.
なんだろう。赤き真実ではっきり宣言してあげた方がいいの。なら言ってあげる。赤き真実。これは全て真実。
Angie's scream covered up Bern's red truth.
バカね。私にそれを言わせると猫箱の中に封じ込めておけたのに。でも
あなたはそういうの
Damn, look at her. She is so fucking mean.
もちろんそしてその絶叫に歪む顔が見たかった100年は思い出すだけで笑えるような素敵な形相だった
She is so goddamn mean, but oh god, Angie.
戻りなさいクズ肉に
Well, there's the confirmation that we wanted so fucking bad.
こんなのは嘘よね嘘
Damn. Oh no.
エンジェ
So that means that everything Kirye said was true. As Angie held her head and screamed, the blood dripping from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then bit by bit, her body began to melt, no, to fall apart. Then bits of her began to pile up on the chair until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scrap. What's up with their fucking obsession with making her that? They fucking love comparing her to a lump of meat. Look at her. Oh my god, burn, and I loved her so much. I mean, I'm a little conflicted because I need to finish. I need to read all of fucking Higurashi
真実
and
って
find out what's going on
そ
there.
んなにも尊いものなのバカらしい愚かしいどうして人間は真実を自在にできないのかしらバカみたいにそれだけを追い求めそして目の当たりにして耐えられず自らクズ肉となり果てる
You know what? That's a really good thing to point out.
ねえ見えてる
Weren't we doing that in episode 1? Let me compare that really quickly to episode 1. In episode 1, we had... even I was at fault for this. Because I kept switching back and forth between what would satisfy me the most. Between believing in magic and believing in someone of them being the killer. Right. What she's saying is very true.
クレルあなたもまたこの真実を隠したかったのよね
How hypocritical we are.
あなたは戯れに憧れる推理小説のラストのようにメッセージボトルに封じるつもりで猫箱の物語をいくつも書いていたそれをあなたは海に投じたわこの真実を知ったら苦しむだろう者を救うためにねあなたが猫箱で閉ざしエヴァがそれを錠前で閉じた
Damn. So she did that beforehand.
その箱を私が切り裂いてあげたわあんたが隠したすべてが無駄あんたが死んで隠した真実をすべて暴き出してやったわそれがあなたの目的だったというのですかあなたはクレルの死を恥ずかしめるためだけにこのようなことをしたというのですかそしてそれをエンジに見せて苦しめてやはりあなたは邪悪な魔女だった
Oh shit.
私は最初から魔女よ退屈から逃れることだけが目的の旅人生きてはめでて死しては食らって二度目出るそれが魔女の生き様よ私にはあなたが許せない
Look at her laughing ass.
エンジェを苦しめクレルの異なる世界の私を恥ずかしめた私はあなたが許せない
You know what? Leon is very admirable.
リオンそれでもクレルにとってあなたは希望なのよ死してなおね
Damn, Leon really is a fucking good person.
クレルは崖より投じられた時、すでに運命の袋小路に閉じ込められていた。そんな彼女にとってあなたというもう一人の自分が異なる世界では幸せに生きていたことを知れたのはさぞや救いになったでしょうね。そうです。私は彼女の救いなんです。だから彼女の分まで一生懸命に幸せに生きなければならないんです。リオン、もう少しだけこの真実の物語を見せてあげるわ。興味はありません。いいえ、きっと面白いはずよ。エヴァとキリエの決闘が終わり、静寂に包まれるゲストハウス。その頃の客間へあなたを招待するわ。客間？屋敷の？
Is that where Battler is? Berncastel snapped her fingers, and the scene of the mansion's parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale they had just been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, where she was then immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So, there had been nothing in the parlor, and right now, there was nothing in the parlor that appeared before Leon.
ここに一体何があるというのですか？見ての通り何もないわ。でも見ていて、面白いものを今から見せてあげるから。あなたが言う面白いものが言葉通りの意味のわけがない。
That's a sure sign that it's terrible.
ほら、ごらんなさい。そっちよ。そっちの部屋の隅。
It's gonna be... No, it can't be Shannon because she died down there. Berncastel was pointing at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look over there, so Leon was expecting something terrible to be there. But there really was nothing there at all.
そうね。何もないわ。
You fucking playing with him? Her? Leon, I mean.
でも、隣り合うかけらを覗くと、どうかしらね。
What is Leon gonna see? Oh shit, what the fuck? On a white blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Leon! Then right there, a corpse appeared, but that couldn't be.
これは私。
It was Leon, lying dead against the wall. Oshiromiya Leon's corpse lay there exposed.
どういうことですか？これはどうして私がここに？この世界は私でなくクレルの世界のはず。
What?
私とクレルは同時に存在できないはずです。そうよ。だから今世界とかけらを移ってる。
Yeah, they're confusing me, or Leon confused me for a second. I was like, wait, but...
意味がわかりません。
Wait, what? Your world?
つまりはこういうことよ。同じ末路をたどるということよ。
Leon
意味がわ
died?
かりません。どうして私がここで死んでいなければならないんですか？あなたの世界、1986年10月親族会議に先立ち、ベアトリーチェの葬儀が催された。
Yes, that's where we left off.
知っています。それが私にとっての今日であり、ついさっきです。それからその晩までの間に何があるかしら。
Obviously not, bitch. Oh my god, I'm sorry for saying that.
いとこたちと楽しく過ごし、親族一同で晩餐を過ごし、そして夜には親族会議だわ。あなたは20歳になったら当主を継承するのだったわね。
Yeah, which is like in a year or a couple months.
円満に決まってることなのかしら。
You know what? I was reading the bio. Or no, wait. Where did it say that they were all uneasy about it?
そういうことになっているはずです。当主様が決めたことですか？
さすがに円満だとは信じてないようね。そういうことよ。金蔵があなたを目に入れても痛くないほどに可愛がり、特例的に当主の座をあなたに直接継承しようとして、そのことを親族兄弟たちが面白く思っているわけ。
But would they be so angry that they would just kill him? The siblings objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Ginzo tried proposing a difficult riddle. Really?
そうよ。気分の謎よ。礼拝堂の仕掛けを見ればわかる通り、金蔵は気分の仕掛けをロッキン島に屋敷を築いたその当時
Yes, he had this in mind since the very start.
いつか次期当主を選ぶ試練に伝えるかもしれないなんてロマンチック。
Since that long ago, holy shit, this fucker. He's so sneaky. Ginzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it? Or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the head if it was solved? Either way, Ginzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle which he had created himself.
あとはすでに見た真実と全く同じ展開よ。あっさりと兄弟たちにかかる黄金の山を巡って人に
Are you serious?
そして
But what about Ginzo?
翌朝の事件発覚とそれに伴う騒ぎを未然に防ぐため深夜に殺人を決行した。
What are you?
いとこ部屋に集まっている子供たちを一人ずつ電話で呼び出して殺したの。
The same as this
い
fragment?
とこの筆頭のあなたは一番最初に呼び出された。そして客間で切り絵に撃たれて殺された。違うわね。
That's fucking crazy, bitch.
1986年10月4日の夕方の後ろにありんだもの。
Early
だからこういう
evening?
のあなたは今日の深夜に客間で切り絵に撃たれて
That
殺された
that quickly? Not even at midnight or no, early evening. We were just like in the fucking not early or late morning, but it was like what, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., maybe 10 at most. And from there until early evening, they solved the epitaph. Got over there, had this huge discussion, this upheaval, this.
リオンという奇跡が低い確率で生まれるように。キリエおばさんはそのような強行に及ぶのだって限りなくゼロに近いわずかの確率に違いない。あなたはそのわずかの確率の世界を見つけることができる魔女ではありませんか。いかにもその通り。あなたという奇跡の存在を見つけ出すために257年8917の中のたった一つのかけらを見つけ出してきた。
But how many fragments are there in total? It's infinite, right? I would imagine. I don't know actually if it is or not. I'm just guessing.
とても簡単に見つけられたのよ。だって確率などないのだもの。私はわずかな奇跡があればそれを見つけ出せる魔女。でもね、ないものは見つけられないの。
What are you saying?
私とて絶対の魔女に本当に絶対を保証されたら勝てないんだから。
Well, I mean, it is certainty.
そんな。では私は257万8917分の257万8916の確率であなたはクレルとしての世界において逃れ得ぬ運命に翻弄され気の毒な最後を遂げる。そして257万8917分の1の確率で後ろにありんとして生き今夜キリエに殺されるの。
No fucking way. So Leon is doomed no matter what?
あなたたちの運命は257万8917分の257万8917の確
So Leon is doomed.
いかなる奇跡も許さない絶対の運命で逃れ得ぬ袋小路に運命の牢獄に囚われているということなのよ。
Remember what fucking Lambda Delta said? She can guarantee that no matter what, Beatrice is fucked. She will lose. And I don't think she just meant for the games. I think she meant that in terms of her everything. A bright light seemed to turn the world white. Then, the next moment, they were back in the theater. As Claire stood absolutely still on the stage, the tip of Berncastel's Reaper scythe traced a line across her stomach. Wow. A red line was drawn across her white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut, and black blood began to seep out.
ベアフリーチ、閉ざされた逃げぬ絶対の2日間に閉じ込められたあなたは、その2日間の猫箱の中で無限を生み出せる魔女となったよ。
Yeah.
絶対に救われない、報われないことと引き換えにね。しかし、あなたは夢を見たよ。それが後ろにはリオンという夢。自分がクレルとならずに済み幸せに暮らせていたかもしれない奇跡の世界を夢見て自らを慰めていた。リオンを見つけるのは本当に苦労したわね。その存在はベアトが夢見た通り本当に奇跡だったんだから。そして葬儀の最後に見せつけてやりたかったのよ。その奇跡をもってしてもあんたは惨劇を逃れられやしないってね。
She really wanted to fucking man. That, you know what? She just lives for that shit, to fuck with people, to see the despair in their face. I mean, even she herself says it. She does anything not to be bored. Faced with a little bit of sky that she could see through the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the sky beyond those bars was also part of a larger jail.
それはあなたという人の明日末にわからない。あなたはなぜこんなことをするのですか。ベアトにゲームで負けたから腹いせでああ、これで少しは負けたムカつきも晴れてきたわ。ねえベアト、見てる？見えてる？そして覚えてる？あなたには絶対に奇跡は起きないって私約束したわよね。
Man, she's having so much fucking fun.
ベアトの目の前であなたを元の世界へ戻してあげる。感激の魔女たちはだるい一家団らんのシーンはもう縮小気味だそうよ。だからあなたがキリエに撃たれる直前の瞬間へ送ってあげる。そしてその瞬間をベアトに見せつけてあげる。死ねやゲロカスリオン。ゲロカスリオン。
Damn, I haven't heard that in a while. Watch out, bitch. You're gonna fucking choke if you keep laughing like that. Berncastel raised her Reaper scythe, swung it down with gusto, and plunged it deep into Claire's stomach. She really loves just fucking with everyone.
死骸を腹渡引きずり出して恥ずかしめるのが私の一番得意なことだってのに。
Heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally, she swung the enormous blade buried in Claire's stomach back up towards the heavens. Along a vertical line from Claire's stomach to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. Her red-black innards jutted out, and then, like a dam breaking, they burst out of her stomach, covering the world with dark red entrails. They're so descriptive with this shit. So we're seeing a flashback. Look how it's all fucking red, as if it is soaked in blood. No, this is the fucking Ecuadorian Beatrice! No, this is our Beatrice. Claire. This body isn't even capable of love? It's like being furniture. Wait a fucking minute. That's what she calls herself, furniture? Wait. When she said this body isn't even capable of love, does she mean making? Holy shit. When I came to, I was in the parlor of the mansion. When did I get here? Holy fuck. I'm gonna have to rewatch that segment again. I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around, and there. I could see down the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Kiria was pointing. Then, slowly, she pulled the trigger. Holy shit. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. The world had been cut in two. Kiria was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face, and had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly sliding off to the side. What? No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Kiria. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle and was slowly sliding off to one side. Fissures seemed to appear across the world, and before I had any time to process it, the world shattered. Oh shit. Oh shit. Will, man, I gotta say, Will is a fucking badass. I fucking love him. I'm gonna be honest. I think he's cool as shit. I think he's a badass. His sword, the way he talks, the way he looks. Look at him. Look at how look at that lead he got. He pointed at Berncastel with the tip of the pitch black sword that had sliced the world glaring at her. And she's a cat. Wow, look at his sword. Oh no, you're that vindictive. Wow, throwing that in his face. Okay. Damn. Oh, look at her. She's so fucking sneaky, isn't she? Leon has suddenly doubled over, groaning. Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out of the place that Leon's hand had been. It was the place that the bullet would have entered if Kiria had shot Leon. Well, Leon better fucking refuse it. You see how I correct myself? When Will tried to pick up to pick Leon up, he finally noticed that the chains attached to each wrist and ankle. The chains attached.
連れて逃げるって逃がさないわよ。リオンが血を吐いてあまたの世界すべてに希望がないことを絶望した。もだえながら死ぬところを今からみんなで鑑賞して楽しむんだけど。
Who is this we?
リオンは偽物じゃね
Oh, Will swung his pitch black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. Look at them. They're already cut though. They're pre-cut in a way. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass, then vanished. Did they turn into butterflies?
てめえは神じゃねえ。できるのは運命を嘲笑うことだけだ。リオンの運命はリオンが決める。人間の運命おもちゃにするんじゃねえ。
元老院の魔女、この大ベルンカステルによくそれだけのことを言えたわ。リオンだけじゃなくあんたも用心なのよ。ベアとのファンタジーをミステリーだと断言してぶった切ってくれた。あんたの役目はそれでおしまい。おとなしく帰っていればそれで見逃してやったのよ。のこのこと戻ってきたからには私のおもちゃにされても文句は言えないわね。おいでなさい。私の可愛い子猫たちみんなでガリガリと引っかいてきれいに生皮を剥いてあげて。
Is she calling for the goats?
ぶどうの皮つるっとひんむくみたいにね。
Oh shit, what the fuck? When Burncastle, dude, that was fucking cool. When Burncastle clapped her hands twice, countless pairs of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat eyes, but their breathing sounded far more terrifying than any cat. Oh shit, he's ready, bitch. He's ready to slice them bitches up. Look at him, he's so fucking smooth with it. The number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats.
Leo, しっかりしろ。お前は撃たれてなんかいねえ。撃たれたことを、いや、撃たれることを認め。
Yeah, don't accept it. Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Burncastle had shown. However, the gouging stake representing that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed would hold absolutely no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yet unceasingly, it continued to pierce Leon's chest. You fucking run, Leon. No, you can.
クレルも許さねえ。お前はクレル257万8917分の1の希望だろうが、お前が諦めた娘の世界はお前たちを裏切るんだ。
What a fucking way to look at
しけ
it.
るんじゃねえ。あがいてあがくんだよ。奇跡を探すんじゃねえ。お前が奇跡になるんだ。
Damn, what a beautiful line. Don't look for a miracle, be one. Because you are. No, Leon is.
幸せな未来へたどり着くんだよ。しけるんじゃねえ。弱音を吐くんじゃねえ。もう一度弱音を言ってみる。今度は俺がお前の尻をつねってやる。
Oh, wow. He's so fucking smooth with it. He's so funny.
この奇跡の魔
奇跡になれとよくも言えたものだわ。
Yeah, he has a lot of balls saying that.
所詮はファンタジー。ミステリーで断罪されたこの世界で這いつくばって無慈悲に虫けらのように死になさい。感激の魔女たちはそれを見届けたくて心待ちにしているのよ。
何がミステリー、心のねえミステリーなんざ俺が認めると思うか。わお、三味線になりてえね僕に叩く。だせまとめてかかってこいよ。 SSVD 首席異端審問官ミラー、これが最後の刃だ。
You know what? I love it when in anime they say their title. Oh, I am this, I am that. I don't know why. It's just badass anyway. They're representing the set. Alright, fuck what these cats gonna do, cause they just staring at me. Oh shit, what the fuck? Yo, at once, at once, all of the cats opened wide, undulating and spun in a spiral, then swallowed up Will. And he cut them bitches the fuck. Look at him, bitch. He ain't bothered. He's not concerned. But Will and Leon were not swallowed up. As though a balloon had expanded around the two of them and burst. The cats that had flown in at them from all directions were now being launched away. He has that kind of power?
これこに用は親猫しか眼中にねえな。奇跡の魔女エルン・カステル。
Wow. He's going straight for the boss? Another flash of the black blade spun in a black tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was the opening Will had planned to make, ran all out, hand on his chest. No, hand on chest. Fuck me, I'm sorry. Before Leon could ask Will to repeat what he had said, Will had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Bern Castell. Damn. Safe, scythe on sword. It was like the climax of a show. Leon, loud cheers erupted from the pitch black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch black sword and Bern Castell with a scythe that could harvest miracles from fate. Wow, they're gonna fight with that?
そういうことにリオンの運命を逃れさせるつもり。やってごらんなさいな。
This bitch shifted into a blind spot? She's having a good fucking time. I love that shit. I love that shit. Will's black sword had cut through Bern Castell's body at a diagonal line. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water. The moon on water. Whatever.
何？手がかりって。
キリエとルドルフが犯人です。キリエたちが犯人であることを示す手がかりはいずれのゲーム中にも存在しない。
あるわけないじゃない。あったとしても島は丸ごと吹っ飛んだんだし。
つまり手がかりなしってわけ。ならばそれはミステリーじゃねえ。ファンタジー。
はあ。
It is impossible for an unprovable truth to become truth in the human world. In other words, even the truth cannot leave the cat box.
真実を猫箱に閉じ込めようというの。それがミステリーの戦い方なの？
Okay, bitch, calm down. With a laugh like the howl of a wild animal, Bernkastel carelessly tossed her scythe aside. What?
戦うのさえもバカらしい。おいでゲロカス。好きなだけ私を切ってごらんなさい。あんたの言い分全部聞いてあげるわ。
貴様、心をないがしろにしたミステリーを全て貫く。にくれてやろう。
20のくさびで私を倒さなかったとして覚悟するかさあ、おいで。遊んであげる。20のくさびとやら。
はあ。
Oh shit. Man, what a fucking... What? First of all, that was long as shit. Second of all, what a fucking ending. We basically got an extra episode in one chapter. 7th game, Requiem of the Golden Witch. UMINEKO PROJECT, Nocturne of Truth and Illusions. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. I gotta say that shit again. I just had to say it. Trying to ignore the incredibly painful chest, Leon kept on running and running without stopping. I dashed out of the theater going, then ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars. Or maybe the bottom of the ocean, with stars scattered around. Oh yeah, this place. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell whether I'm running or I'm just making... No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell whether I'm running or just making running motions as I freefall. Endlessly sinking deeper into the ocean of stars. I just kept on running without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall here. If I fall, I'll crush the hope of the me's in countless worlds. The happy world that the Beatrice dreamed of. I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. Even though I understand this, the witch who controls miracles has declared there will be no miracles. And the truth that she thrust in front of me with those words gouges cruelly into my chest. I mean, what can you do at that point? I mean, she herself said that it's impossible, so... I mean, I think you just... I hate to say it, but resign yourself to your fate, but obviously not. This is not that type of story. Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate and fell over. Oh, what? Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. I hope this isn't coming out of nowhere, but Leon looks really cute right now. Damn, well, his hand's right on it. What, you're gonna give up that easily? I just noticed what the red streak on his hair is supposed to mean. The red truth? And the blue fucking coat that he's wearing is the blue truth. There are things that a person decides for themselves. So what if a fate's been forced upon you? Don't accept it. Create your own world for yourself. That, and man, I hope everyone fucking takes that to heart. Oh shit, I'm looking at it. He doesn't have a left arm. Look at how fucking what's the word? Look at how fucking smooth he is. There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn off from the elbow. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a bloodstained scarecrow. They're coming. Then Leon noticed. Though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars, both above and below them, those stars had now gathered together and were surrounding them. That huge number of stars, grouped in even-numbered clusters, all gathered at the two of them. Wow. Will was holding Leon with one arm. He couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here, and to lead Leon towards the happy tale that the Beatrice had dreamed of. Just put Leon over your shoulder and get that sword out. Though the cats whose eyes glowed in the empty darkness. No, through the cats whose eyes glowed in the empty darkness, the queen of cats, who permitted no miracles, appeared. Wow. Fuck no. Bitch, you taking us both out. Look at him talking shit to the end, being smooth until the very fucking end. Right, and I read that from his character bio. I remember that. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. I'm smiling. I'm smiling right now. I'm being honest. I mean, you guys can't see, but I'm smiling. As he said this, Will held Leon tight. Yeah, that's our response. That's the fucking reply, bitch. Look at her fucking face. Put them away. They sound like they're jingling bells. A billion, a trillion, a quadrillion cats all bared their fangs. And the starry sky of cat eyes Countless flesh-colored mouths opened, exposing countless teeth. I wonder how they animated that. Wow. The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. Man, what an absolute crazy tea party. First of all, that am I even recording? This is easily the longest episode yet. I don't really have anything to say except for that was incredible. And it showed us a couple things. We had some extra things about Beatrice or Leon or Shannon Beatrice, right? Our Beatrice. What she went through. I'm gonna have to go back and see that over again. Leon, Kyrie, some things about Kyrie, how apparently she's always held this inside of her, but we just never knew. And oh my god, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna have to end this whole. If you're here until the very end, then I don't know, comment it and I'll give your comment a like.